All right, so there's a little change of plan because I guess that, you know, when you cook secret sport soup, there's a way you present it. And Dr. Naomi has done that, and she's here to present it to us. Please celebrate Dr. Naomi. Come on, celebrate her. Come on, celebrate her as she comes to give us that presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, still very cold here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, so permit me to stand on existing protocol. Thank you. Can we celebrate Blessing? Where is she? Yes. I really enjoyed that lemonade icebreaker. It was so good. Like, I was so determined that, you know, shout out to my team one. I was so determined we were going to win. But, you know, that was really fun, and definitely it got us to interact with ourselves. I wasn't sure if I wanted to sit down and have this conversation, so permit me to stand. What I know I will do is, in my time of sharing, I will share my thoughts very quickly, because I really would like to have a few people, you know, ask questions about my journey and some of the things that I'm going to share. Is that okay? So please, I would love to receive your questions, you know, at the end. But I felt I'm a very visual person, so I'm a visual learner, and I like to put things visually. I feel when you see things, you're able to, you know, grab it and assimilate it. I also want to honor whom honor is due. Please help me celebrate Mr. Hamilton and his entire team. We met not very long ago. I remember that day I was speaking at an event. I had just returned from a trip. I lost a loved one, and I didn't even need to be there. I had already sent the message across that I was out of town because I was bereaved, but I showed up just in time to be at that event. And I kept saying to myself, you know, I'm sharing this story because, you know, opportunities come and sometimes we may miss them. We may miss them. I had said no. I had even contacted a friend of mine who was supposed to speak on my behalf. But I showed up in time and I attended that event. And even when I attended, I felt I would still leave immediately I was done. Because I didn't know, as soon as I was done, there was going to be a third speaker and there was going to be a panel session for all three of us. And that third speaker was Mr. Hamilton. And so after my session, I had to sit down and listen to him, and of course, I was blown away. I must honor this amazing woman. Can we please celebrate Mrs. Dio? Dio Benjamin. I just had to do that, I'm so sorry.
I celebrate you.
I love you too.
Everyone celebrate this.
I love her too much. I don't even want to go into our history, but you know, I'm just so grateful to be here. Mr. Hamilton happened to be the third speaker that day. When I listened to him, I was like, my goodness, he's brilliant. Like, that was the first thing. I was like, this is a very brilliant person, and I want to know him. Thankfully, the feeling was mutual, and we got connected, and here I am today. So again, thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you to all the amazing speakers. I've met some already, and I'm looking forward to your sessions. Okay, let me run straight to my slides. Is it up? Media team, is my slide coming up? Okay, well, I'm in Trade Conference Abuja 2023, and the theme for this year is Shaping the Future of African Economic Development in Uncertain Times. So yes, no doubt, times are uncertain. What are my objectives here? I want to start by defining what it is, the digital economy, what it is, right? What it offers you. I want to talk about the need for adaptability and a positive mindset. I want to talk about the power of reskilling and upskilling, because this is a conference that is supposed to give you solutions, and I want to share some of the solutions that have worked for me. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Is it better? Okay, awesome. Oh, okay, there, thank you. All right, so I also want to share some resource utilization, resources that you can access. So, 2015, October 11th, that's just 2 days ago, I was privileged to have heard about a platform called Periscope. This was a live streaming platform before Facebook Live, Instagram Live, Twitter Live, and all the live platforms you have today. How many of you ever heard about Periscope? Yeah, I know. It was the early one. As a matter of fact, I was privileged to have heard about it. And that's why it's so important, the information you have access to, because it can be a game changer for you. I was following a mentor then in the home-based business. She was based in the UK. And one of the sessions where she was teaching, she talked about Periscope. Now, I wasn't really a big social media person. I was on social media then because you had to be on social media. But then, the moment she mentioned it, because of the results she was having in her business, I went straight to check it out. The first few weeks, I was scared because this was live. Like, if you make a mistake, it's there. It's not going anywhere. So it was scary. But on October 11th, 2015, I made a decision and I went live. Within 6 months of showing up live on the platform, I wrote a book that became an Amazon bestseller. My channel trended, and I became the first African woman to trend on the Periscope app. And people started calling me, thank you, it's a good place to clap, really. And people started calling me the African Queen of live streaming. I was about 37 because I just turned 45 in August. So I wasn't like, you know, a new kid in the block. I was a mother of 3 then, now 4 children, right? And I was trying to leverage technology. I'm saying this because there are tools that you have access to right now. The question is, are you utilizing it? Are you leveraging it? Because it doesn't really matter what you have in your hands. What matters is that you know what to do with what you have in your hands. All right? And then I got featured in The Guardian. The moment my book went live on Amazon, I got contacted by The Guardian for a feature, and I became a Guardian woman. This was me minding my business. Remember, I was a stay-at-home mom, right? So opportunities started opening up for me around the world. In the last 4 years, I've had the privilege of speaking across stages in 4 continents. I continue to travel the world to speak, and I'm really grateful for that opportunity. So what do I need you to know today? First things first, what is the digital economy? Because this is where my focus is in our conversation. And I have a few definitions. This is also known as the internet economy or the online economy. So every time you're scrolling on the feed of Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook, please understand that is an economy in your hands. And if I can get you today to begin to view, every time you hold your phone in your hands, if I can get you to begin to view that moment as an opportunity to tap into an economy, perhaps some of you will walk out of this door today knowing that you don't necessarily need to start looking for a job because you have an opportunity in your hands. All right? So it encompasses a wide range of digital services, products and processes, including e-commerce, online marketing, software development, data analytics, and more. Now, what has this done for us? First, it has transformed how industries operate. It's no longer, you can't just be comfortable with having your business offline. You know those things of, I don't need to be online. All these social media things, I don't need it. I'm so sorry. We've passed that stage. We've passed that stage. So there's a revolution that is occurring in how we do business, right? It's giving rise to new business models and opportunities. It is also playing a significant role in shaping the modern global economy. Some of you, your favorite influencers, many years ago, they were not even existing. True or false? Many of your favorite influencers were not existing, but they leveraged the same tool that you have in your hands, and many have gone on to build global businesses. It will amaze you what some of these influencers are earning for showing up, creating content on social media, right? Also emphasizing the importance of digital skills, innovation, and connectivity. I look around my network and I find out because of the digital economy, I have friends literally across the world because we're connected virtually. Some I've done business with and I've never even met them physically. So many opportunities. So, a few statistics. Did you know that African governments and businesses are investing in digital transformation with a prediction that Africa's digital economy could reach $180 billion by 2025? That's a lot of money. And so you want to ask yourself, where am I in this mix? And if you're not playing in this field,
today is a good day to start becoming intentional. Also, did you know that Africa is experiencing rapid internet adoption with over 525 million internet users in 2021, indicating a growing digital market? The customers you're looking for, the connections you're looking for, the people you're looking for, the employer you're looking for, the employees you're looking for, because I do understand there are people here who may be looking for new team members. They are on the internet. 525 million users. This was as of 2021. I wouldn't be surprised if these numbers have doubled. What are some of the benefits we have today because of the digital economy? Well, first, you can access online job opportunities, and you can create one. I remember when I started live streaming, one of the things I understood was this was something powerful. And instead of just, showing up just for showing up's sake, I actually owned the platform. And I remember when I started introducing myself as a live streaming strategist, Mom, I had people who tell me, I've never met anyone who's a live streaming strategist. I'm like, well, yeah, you're meeting one now. I owned it. I realized this was a very powerful opportunity. And before you know it, people started asking me to teach them how to go live. It became a business. Every opportunity that has come today that I have leveraged, that has opened more opportunities around the world for me, came as a result of me showing up using live streaming. Very, very simple. So it's not complicated. Because you might be in the room and when you hear things about technology, tech, you start feeling, I don't understand all this tech stuff, it's so complicated. No. It's so simple. I'm telling you, if you're willing to open up your heart to see possibilities and to learn, I promise you, you will reap the fruits. You will reap it. All right? So access to online job opportunities, remote work opportunities. I've had the privilege of serving clients in over 30 countries. Over 30 countries, and I'm in my youth corner, just working, using my laptop, and sometimes my smartphone. That's what the digital economy has provided us with. So now you can be here in Abuja, and you can have multiple remote jobs as time will permit. And so you don't even have to restrict yourself now to just searching for jobs locally. If you are skilled enough, you can actually play in the global fields. All right? Of course, platforms to offer your skills and services. Now, please note, this is where it gets interesting. While the digital economy offers numerous benefits, digital skills and digital literacy are often essential for fully taking advantage of these opportunities. Now, this is where we usually struggle, because once people don't embrace a platform or a technology, it's two things. It's probably just one thing. It's not that you don't know the benefits. It's perhaps or probably you don't know how. But can I tell you that there's an answer for that? Would you like to know the answer for that? Okay, great. So what you need to do is very simple. You need to now invest in acquiring and enhancing your digital skills. You can learn it. I remember starting out by telling you I wasn't a tech person. I was 37 years old. I was nursing my third child when I heard about the platform called Periscope. So it wasn't like I had this thing going on for me, but I was willing to learn. And so as a young person in this room, your heart must be open to learning. You can't stop platforms where you can even go and learn for free, starting with your very famous YouTube. It just depends on what you're doing. Even on Instagram, there's so many amazing content creators providing good content that you can take and run with. But then, are you leveraging all of that information? So what should you focus on? I like to teach a lot about mindset because I believe a lot starts with how we're thinking. So I want to share very quickly about how to cultivate a positive mindset and resilience, because it allows you embrace change. And it also allows you view setbacks as opportunities for growth, because what you feed your focus expands. I want you to look at the person next to you and tell them, what you feed your focus expands. Let's say it again. What you feed your focus expands. Yes, because we're in uncertain times. I do understand that. Fuel is up, everything's going up. A couple of days ago, I noticed there were fuel queues building up, and I was wondering, I thought I got fuel yesterday. Is there scarcity? And then I realized there was a word going around that fuel was about to go to 7 something, and it seemed some stations were no longer selling, and some were selling. Everybody was in a hurry. People were panicking, and I'm like, okay, just breathe. It took me time, but eventually I got to buy. But I mean, a lot of things are uncertain. You go to the market today, you go the next time, what you bought for 1,000 naira is now 3,000 naira. There's a lot of uncertainty. And you can decide to focus on the problem. And I can promise you, the only thing that will happen is it will continue to expand. You will not even see good if it is in front of you. That is why I'm telling you again, what you feed your focus expands. And so, regardless of the uncertainty, while we may not be able to control what is happening, while we may not be able to control the speed with which the new government will make things better, I'm trying to tell you there are things you can control. And let me start by telling you, you can control how you think, and you can control what you think about what is happening around you. So, first things first, embrace failure as a learning opportunity. A lot of people are afraid to fail. I didn't know anything, but I was willing to learn, I was willing to fail, and get back up. I was willing to connect with mentors. I was willing to learn from anyone who knew anything. So as young people, we must embrace learning. Learn from a child if you have to. Forget all of this pride thing, where you're like, well, I have a degree, I have a master's degree. Who cares if that isn't giving you learn? Embrace failure as a learning opportunity. View setbacks as opportunities for growth. I remember Dr. Miles Monroe, blessed memory. He used to come to Nigeria a lot before he passed his messages. We often hear him say, he always got excited about Nigeria, even way back then. When the sign that there are problems means that there are opportunities. But the opportunities are still who will see the problems and come up with solutions. So you have to see problems, and instead of seeing problems, and that's what the likes of Mr. Hamilton is doing. He could have joined every other person who's complaining about things not working in Nigeria. But there's a vacuum, there's a problem. People are unemployed. And so he has created a forum like this that allows us to come together, to share with you, to network, and just perhaps you might hear something that could change the game for you. Number 2, develop a growth mindset. I want you to believe that your abilities and intelligence can be developed through effort and learning. I can build a website today. There are lots of things I had no idea when I started, but because I have a growth mindset, I never saw anything as too far-fetched for me to touch. And you must start embracing this mindset of growth. You can't hear about AI and all of a sudden feel like, hey, the machines are here, the robots are here, 666, they've come in. You hear all sorts of things about AI. And instead of you thinking and opening up to learning about how you can leverage, you are worried and you are scared about the machines coming. Okay, I've gone way past all of this, but it's okay to show, and then you'll catch up. Thank you. All right, so focus on solutions, not problems. Thank you for putting up the slides. We must be intentional about shifting our focus from dwelling on problems to seeking solutions. We must imbibe problem solving and a proactive approach to overcoming obstacles. I want to talk about this one, cultivate self-compassion. It's okay to be kind to yourself, especially when you feel like, oh, it's not happening yet for me. You need to stop trash talking. A lot of people are, just talking themselves down. And that's not healthy, because you can be in front of someone, and if you're so used to trash talking yourself, you won't even know how to introduce yourself if there's an opportunity before you to present what you do or what you offer. Because you do have something. I don't believe there's anyone in this room that doesn't have anything to offer. The question is, are you aware that you have that to offer? And if you have it, are you developing it so that you can have a better leverage ground for you to serve others with your skill? Again, I feel it's important that we set realistic goals and celebrate small wins. Celebrating even small accomplishments helps to build your confidence, and it motivates you for further progress. So for instance, if you go on Coursera or Udemy or YouTube and you say, okay, I want to learn maybe the basics of artificial intelligence, right? And you outline maybe 3 to 4 videos you want to watch. By the time you watch those videos, I want you to get into the habit of celebrating even that achievement, because you are doing what a lot of people are not doing. You're becoming intentional about learning. And then take it a little further to say, after I learn, how can I begin to implement some of the things I'm learning? Okay, the power of education. I've shared a lot about this. Invest in learning new skills. Embrace lifelong learning. Platforms you can learn for free. EDX, Khan Academy, MIT OpenCourseware, Coursera, Harvard online courses, Stanford online. It will amaze you. It will amaze you. There's so many platforms you can learn for free. And with a small token, you can actually get a certificate. Instead of saying, I don't have a job, nobody's going to give me a job, why don't you begin to, just become better? Upskill. Upskill. Don't get comfortable with your BSc degree or your master's. Keep learning. Someone once said the day you stop learning is the day you stop dying. You have LinkedIn Learning, Future Learn, Allison, YouTube, even Seller. Seller is a homegrown platform. I happen to be one of the creators on Seller. Recently, there was an entire conference on the digital economy. I took a class on the creator economy. If you can go to their YouTube channel, you will hear from multiple speakers about the things you can begin to do right now, even with your smartphone and from the comfort of your location. So don't forget this. Focus on developing transferable skills. I had to put this in here. Critical thinking is a skill. You have to develop these things. Problem solving, creativity, and emotional intelligence. Why? Because these are skills that cannot be automated. The robots are here, but only for those who feel that they cannot become better. Instead of getting scared about AI, can I quickly share this? Learn to work alongside it. AI is not your enemy. It's not your enemy. Those who understand this are making millions. I was on Kindle, Amazon Kindle, a couple of days ago. I was trying to buy a book, and I was amazed. I was seeing books about ChatGPT Millionaire. People are making millions from ChatGPT. While you're wondering and you're scared that the AI is here, people are understanding how these tools work. They're making money, and they're creating books. People are launching businesses that didn't even exist before AI came because they understand and they're leveraging it. So you can't see AI as the enemy. See it as a tool that will enhance your productivity. Please tell someone this beside you. AI is a tool, it is not a replacement. Please tell them. It's a reminder. It's not a replacement, it's a tool. It's a tool. Collaborate with it to achieve better results and insights. AI can be a valuable partner. Those of us who know, we know. And I don't need to spill the beans here. I know how I roll with AI. I'm telling you, it just really takes a lot of load off me. And I know there's a lot of ethical conversation around it, and I get that. There's a lot of, intellectual property. There are things you need to check. But there are ways that you can utilize AI and stay ethical on the journey. All right, so make the commitment to lifelong learning. Let me talk about the power of networking, because this also helped me greatly on my journey. No man is an island. You've got to stay connected with industry professionals. That means you need to know, what industry am I in? Where is it happening? Where are they meeting? And of course, engage in online forums. There are so many platforms, but you have to be searching for you to find. And of course, you want to stay informed. Let me add this too. Pay attention to the people in this room. Because you've taken time, of all the things you could be doing this Saturday, this weekend, you are here. Don't just come and walk away. There was a young girl. I want to celebrate you. Come, rise up. Just wave. Can we just put our hands together for her? I'll tell you why. I was seated here, and she just walked up to me. And she just introduced herself. I thought that was really amazing. And she just was like, I just came to say hello. Some people will come in here and leave and not even talk to anybody. Why? Like, really, why? What's the problem? Power of networking. I'm here because of networking. I said hello to Mr. Hamilton. I could have just, I'm done speaking. Let's just mind my business. We're all speakers. That kind of air. And then walk out of the room without knowing that this man has this amazing organization, and I would have the privilege and honor to come stand here and speak to you all. Apart from a handful of people who know me, probably 99% of you have never heard of me before. But because of networking, I'm here. Now you've heard about me. Now you know me. Now we can be friends, if you will allow. Can we be friends? Okay. So pay attention to the people in this room. Support programs are there for you. Government, non-governmental initiatives, workforce development programs like this are offering retraining, reskilling opportunities. Please take advantage of them. Entrepreneurship and e-commerce, this is where I'm wrapping up. The digital economy offers opportunities for unemployed individuals to start their own online businesses, create products, offer service, often with lower entry barriers compared to traditional businesses. This is why I love this route. I want to share the statistics. E-commerce sales worldwide are projected to reach $6.38 trillion in 2024. That's just next year. You want to pay attention to this. There's something happening in the e-commerce industry, and if you don't understand it, I have some good news. Would you like the good news?
Yeah.
You sure? You're not sounding like you want it. Okay. Let me share two more statistics. According to Statista, the global beauty and personal care industry is expected to reach $716.6 billion by 2025. And of this segment, skincare is the largest segment in the beauty industry. As in 2021, the market size was $189.3 billion US dollars. That means there's something happening here. I'm sharing these numbers for you to know there's something happening here. Something as simple as the skincare products you're applying on your skin, the makeup you're applying. There are people who are in the e-commerce industry who are making millions every month just from leveraging the e-commerce platform. So, finally, seek guidance. Consult with counselors, mentors, career coaches for guidance. Don't do life on your own. Look for mentorship opportunities and grab them, all right? So that you can adapt to the changing job market. So this is my free gift. In partnership with the Tribe Africa, we are going to be supporting 200 of you in the area of entrepreneurship and e-commerce. I thought some of you were going to Let me just take my gifts. Okay, so this is what you need to do. Very quickly, I want you to go to bit.ly. You can write it down. bit.ly/Abuja Mentor. bit.ly/Abuja Mentor. If you put that now, a Google form will appear. Just answer the few questions. Click on the link and join me. There's a special WhatsApp group we've created. We want to support 200 of you. Just give you access to knowledge and information. Now, at the end of the day, you will determine what you will do with it, because we will play our part, but you have to be willing to do the work. And on that note, let me say, in the journey of life and learning, I hope you got this. Did you get it? bit.ly/Abuja Mentor. Very easy. Don't worry about the HTTPS. Don't worry about that. If you put bit.ly/Abuja Mentor, who has entered? I just need one person to say they're in before I change it. If you're online right now, I know you're online. Some of you have been on YouTube, you've been on Facebook, you're even chatting right now, so I know you're online. Okay, someone's in? Anyone in? Can you see the Google form? Oh, good, great. So it's working. bit.ly/Abuja Mentor. All right, so in conclusion, in the journey of life and learning, I want you to remember this, that every step you take, every lesson you embrace, and every challenge you overcome brings you closer to your goals. I had a lot of challenges on my journey. I was a mom who was breastfeeding, and I didn't mention that that baby I was taking care of when I got on Periscope was a baby I was having after 12 years of having children. So that was a lot going on for me. But you see, I was willing to change the things around my life. I was willing to show up, even in the e-commerce industry, where I'm currently doing a lot of work, and I'm going to be sharing with all of you who are coming into the mentorship program. There's a lot I'm learning. There's a lot of obstacles and challenges, but I'm more invested in growing and just making a difference in the world and in the lives of others. That all of those obstacles, I see them as platforms to grow. All right, so stay curious, stay motivated, keep pushing forward. Your path to success is uniquely yours, and your commitment to growth will light the way. The world is waiting to celebrate you. I will see you at the center stage. Thank you.
I'm sure we can do better.
All right, thank you, thank you. Don't go too far. Blessing came quickly. But I know I promised that I would love one or two questions. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, everyone. One or two questions, I would love that. I know we have very brilliant people here. I would love at least one or two questions. Who's the brave person that's coming? Oh, fantastic. Okay, two of you come quickly. Just come quickly so we can hear you. Come and stand with me. We're actually even supposed to sit down and be cozy on the sofa, fireside chat. I don't see the fire though. I bring the fire. Come on quickly. Your question. So you're going to use the mic and then, yeah. Don't be shy.
Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to ask, there are a lot of youths that you mentioned we should know the value we're bringing. So what of those who don't know exactly what value they bring? How do you find what you really can, be successful?
Are you speaking for yourself?
Yes, I'm speaking for myself.
Fantastic. Yes, I would like that. So stay with me. So yeah, that's a very great question. Can we celebrate her? So the question is, what if I don't know the value I'm bringing? So this is where mentorship comes in, right? Because sometimes it may take, first things first, you already have value. You agree? What it might take is you becoming intentional in identifying the things that you do well. It starts there. What are the things that you would do if no one was going to pay you? What are the things people call you for all the time to say, hey babe, come and do this thing for me, and you don't even think twice? And then you do it so well and they're like thanking you and you're like, this small thing, this was easy. These are signs. And of course, having someone who is like a mentor over you and just having that conversation also opens you up to the things that you can do. A lot of times we go to school, we get a degree, chances are it wasn't even what you wanted. So I'm not even going to talk about that. It's very rare that you find people who went to school, got a degree for something they really love. I'm a human physiologist. It's interesting, for years I felt it wasn't really what I wanted because I wanted to be a medical doctor, but it will amaze you. I'm actually paying a lot of attention now to human physiology because of the work I'm doing as a coach. I'm seeing that, well, this thing actually served me. So check in with yourself, check in with the things you do well, check in with the things you're passionate about, check in with what excites you, also check in with what irritates you. That's another sign. What angers you, what frustrates you, that's also a sign of what you might be here to solve, right? And thank you. And in all of that mix, right, is also getting to work with a mentor. So I hope you will sign up and get into the mentorship because we'll definitely love to work with you and we can go deeper into helping you bring out some of these things that you are already doing. Awesome. Okay, let's celebrate her. There was another person. Oh, there's a microphone over it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Good morning, everyone. My question is, you said something about, not working, limiting your job seeking to
Right.
Nigeria alone. And I think this also applies to entrepreneurs.
Mm-hmm.
They should not just seek, seek to have clients from Nigeria alone.
Yes.
But we often have this kind of hurdles we have to cross.
Right.
For example, we cannot use PayPal, and there are other issues like, you get a client, they tell you that they need an account they can trace. Those things are not available here. Are there things that we should know that can help us cross these hurdles? And are there actually things that are being done to resolve these things? Because they've been with us a very long time, and it seems like there's nothing being done about this to resolve these problems.
What if I told you that there are platforms? Like there are. I hear you, and it's a common problem. It was one of the challenges of the beginning. It was terrible, until I realized that you do know you can set up a Stripe account.
I have seen some, but what they will charge you maybe for transaction is far more than your makings.
Okay, so what if I showed you how I set mine up? Really affordable, and the commissions are not very high. That's a big problem, and I know it's due to a lack of trust, especially with Nigeria. We experience that a lot. So it's a very valid problem. However, there are solutions around it. I know platforms like Seller, they do take their commissions, but with Seller, people can actually pay with PayPal, and multiple international transactions can happen on Seller. Are you familiar with Seller?
I've just heard about it, but I've not used it to my
Okay, so you need to, what do you do? Do you create courses? What services do you offer?
Mainly IT service, websites, graphic design, video editors.
What about Fiverr? Are you on Fiverr?
I I was there a while, but I think I was more successful communicating with people directly than going through fiber.
Than through fiber. Okay, so again, there are multiple platforms that allows you now to offer your services and get paid internationally until the problem is fixed. But I would definitely be happy to hook you up with the guy who set up Stripe so that you can, receive payments in US dollars, pounds, and all of that. I mean, right now the exchange rate is wild. So imagine earning $1,000. Do you know? I just realized that $1 million now, you're actually a billionaire. $1 million, you're a billionaire in Naira. So we need to start thinking about earning in Forex as well, right? So instead of crying, about, oh my God, the dollar is 1,000 to $1 is 1,000 Naira. People are thinking, people are getting creative. How can I now earn in dollars? What problems can I solve even from here and get paid in dollars so that you can have more to spend? So just think outside the box, and again, I'll see you at the center stage. Thank you. I think you can do better than that. Remember our first rule of engagement. You need to keep the energy hot and going. You can do better than that. I mean, I want to come to conferences like this, where facilitators will spend time to answer my questions that are very dear to my heart. So, Mr. Hamilton, please can we have this conference with your permission and your board members' permission every 3 months? It's possible. Well, thank you so much. That's just to let you know how valuable you are beginning to even impact us through the facilitators you brought today. Thank you so much. Can we celebrate Dr. Naomi? And what I did not tell you is that Dr. Naomi is a renowned coach, a national transformational strategist, and a global speaker who has been featured in high-impact events and spoken on stage across 4 continents. Can you celebrate that? She's passionate about human capacity development, which she just showed us here, and loves to speak with humor, using real-life stories to keep her audience captivated. And I think that is just what we've experienced here today. So thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your story with us. It's so nice to have you here. While we were listening to Dr. Naomi, we had many other guests walk in. And I think I will be a little bit biased today, with your permission, of course. And why I'm saying I'm going to be biased a bit is because, remember I told you I attended this event in 2021, right? Right? Great. And when I came, I met someone. I was meeting her for the first time, but she looked into my eyes beyond a speaker, beyond a mother, and could connect with the emotion I had at that time because I needed answers. I needed clarity on the next phase of my journey. So if you were in my shoe, I'm sure you would explore this little bias I'm about to explore. Please, can you join me celebrate Madam Dayo? Please. 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 It adds some shout to that. She was meeting me for the first time, and in fact, I remember she gave me a hug, and that hug went a long way. You know how you're just seeking answers, someone just looks into your eye and say, come on. Thank you so much, man. That hug made me realize that this Abuja I came, it wasn't a mistake, and here I am today. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we celebrate her? She's the board chairperson of the Tribe Africa, and she's part of the persons making this happen. Thank you so much, ma, for all the work you do, and we are grateful. We also have some other persons who walked in while Dr. Naomi was speaking. We have Mr. Raf Ayora. He's the founder of Rafa Dom Leadership Foundation. We celebrate you, sir. Thank you so much for coming. We have Mr. Danjuma. He's the one representing the National Mosque. Please, let's celebrate him. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. We have Professor.
As you mentioned names, please let people stand up so we can recognize them.
Okay, thank you. I love these speakers. I love these guests. They are making it too easy for us to connect with them. Isn't it? Yeah. Do you agree? Yeah. I mean, you've been to conferences and you know how it's difficult to connect with speakers. But these ones have been very exceptional. So once again, let's celebrate our speakers. And we would love to connect more with them. So Mr. Danjuma, please, we would love to connect with you. The audience wants to see you. That's why. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. We also have, please forgive me in advance because I know I'm about to commit a crime, but please just forgive me in advance and let your protocol just allow me go through the door after this event. Please join me celebrate the Vice Chancellor of Philomath University, Professor Bleach Jellico. Please, let's celebrate him double, so I can go through the door. Thank you so much. I really apologize if I do not pronounce your name well, but we are so honored to have you here. We also have Mr. Chris Asukwo in the house. Come on, let's celebrate Mr. Chris Asukwo. All right, we also have Mr. Suki Okupe. He's the CEO of PSO Content. Come on, let's celebrate him. There was someone I had introduced the last time, but I did not complete the entire introduction, and that is Pastor Tolu Akin Duzo. He's representing Apostle Goodheart Okweme, the Apostolic League of Worship. Thank you so much, sir. And we'll keep introducing our guests as they come, but we want to let you know that today we are ready for you. Sir, ma'am? Yes, ma'am, I did. He's our leadership coach. I'm going to take some grace. No, thank you so much. And we'll be moving straight to listening to the visionary for this project. Why did he do this? Why do you think you have the solution to this challenge? And despite all the challenges you've been facing, why are you still moving forward? We want to know why, and in every why, we can then make a decision to see our vision in you, and that is why we are here today. The reason why we're even here is because you've shown us a level of that vision, but we want to even know more because there is a future of this vision. I want to learn how to connect with you. Please, let's join me to celebrate the vision. Come on, with a standing ovation, please. Let's celebrate Mr. Hamilton. Come on, put your hands together for Mr. Hamilton.
And she said that what you give may be a drop of water in the ocean, but then without these little drops, the ocean will not be filled up. Now, when you look at the issue of unemployment, it's a critical issue, and the government alone cannot solve it. So it is important that as individuals, we pick up the responsibility to look at what we can do in addressing the issue of unemployment. Very often you go through the Bureau of Statistics, and they're going to dish out different statistics about unemployment in Nigeria as well as in Africa. The rates are alarming. The rates are very scary. And it is something that if nothing is done, it's going to be a pandemic. It's going to be a major challenge. Yeah? And every country in the world is faced with the issue of unemployment. But the most important thing is how each country is dealing with this issue. Now, if you look at the statistics, we have close to 30% of our population that are unemployed. We have not been talked about underemployment. Now, if we say that we are close to 200 million people that are in this country, now take 30% of 200 million. That is close to almost 60 million people. So we have 60 million people that are looking for job opportunities. That is more than even the countries of the population of some countries. Honestly. So what can we do to put smile in the faces of young Nigerians? What can we do to give opportunities to young, talented Nigerians? That is why we are doing this conference. Now, for us as an organization, it's not just to do a conference. For us as an organization, it's not just to do a conference. Doing a conference is the easiest part. But to fold your sleeve and begin to carry out interventions that will solve this problem, that is the hard part. It is easy to do the talking, but can you walk the talk? So as an organization, our focus is not just to aggregate guest speakers or young people, but after the conference, what do we want to do? That is why after the conference, for example, we have partnership with the National Mosque. We have partnership with other organizations to provide opportunities for young people in Nigeria. We're also carrying out intervention in collaboration with some stakeholders in Kaduna State, as well as in Benue State and Akwa Ibom State, to provide opportunities for young people. So we are very passionate about what we do. It is our driving force. And this is just to say that we are doing this thing on the back of sacrifice. Some persons will ask me, Hamilton, do you have a truckload of money to do all of these things that you are doing? And my reply will be that when there is a will, there is a way. When you have the will to do something, it does not matter the obstacle you face. You just have to keep pushing. And by the grace of God, we have had support. I mean, support from different persons, especially our board chairperson. She has been so supportive. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. We are super grateful. Thank you so much. So, without saying much, I would like to introduce our board chairperson. She's going to give our opening statement. So please, with a round of ovation, let's welcome Madam Dayo Lani.
Thank you so much. Mr. Lame, could you please come this way? I'd like you to stand right there. I'd like us all to take a very good look at Hamilton Lamech. The expression of this event is the DNA of a very intentional project that began in his head or in his heart. The inspiration in the book of Mother Teresa, you didn't give us the title of that book, and I've asked my peer, what's the title of the book on Google? What is Mother Teresa? How many of you checked to say, what is Mother Teresa's book? What's the book title? Her autobiography. Now, Mother Teresa didn't write the book. It was written about her. But there is something about Mother Teresa that is unique as that trigger that happened in Hamilton. We call her mother, but did she biologically mother any child? No. Well, how then is she a mother? You see, the truth is, a mother is not a function of biology. A mother is a function of calling. That which inspired in Mother Teresa, which has fired in Hamilton, where we are today, and what I'm about to share with you about how I am so honored and privileged to be board chair of this great connection and intersection for destinies and for nations. began with the fact that a woman wasn't mothered by biology, she was mothered by calling. And that is why a woman, when she understands who she is, young ladies, you are mother more than others. Because you choose to distinguish your capacity and your dream by the more that is in you. And I say it's not just about a woman celebrating another woman as a mother, but even as fathers. I say fathers are feathers that make us fly. And that is why I'm celebrating Hamilton today. You can do it better. One day to be you standing there inspiring your generation, creating an intersection, but more importantly, bringing attention to a critical need for intervention through one spark that became a fire in you. Thank you, Hamilton. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. I love to put it this way. What Hamilton has given expression to is in every one of us. Every one of us has an itch we must scratch. Did you get that? Yeah. There is an itch. And when you give a good itch a good scratch, you're like, There are some itches for decorum you cannot scratch where you would like to scratch. And in other words, it may be on your face, or the camera is in your face, you just leave it to itch and you let it pass. But the reality is, a good itch needs a good scratch. The only thing is you watch it so you don't end up with a scar. Today you're all gathered here today, and I stand before you, like I said, by the privilege of being nomenclatured chairperson. My dear, I've forgotten your name, but and I had even forgotten the engagement. Please help me celebrate my host, master of ceremony. Don't let me come here. If there's one thing I love to do as Auntie Di, it's this. Another. You know why she deserved that? She said thank you. We have a generation that forgets to say thank you. And as we get older, let me say older, we even forget we had connections. I can't remember your name, I don't remember the moment. But watch that. She never forgot the connection. Someone around you needs you to reach out to them. It may not necessarily be a hug, but it's a connection. In the words Dr. Naomi extended to you, in that link for her master coaching class, there is a connection. Always remember to extend more than you to someone next to you. So right now, can you connect with someone around you? It may be by hug, a handshake, just connect with them. Oh, and her name is Blessing. You are blessed. Keep standing tall. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. Help me appreciate Blessing. Thank you very much. You know, there's a question the young lady asked Dr. Naomi. What do you do when you don't know your value? And the truth is simply this. I wrote it down. When you don't know the value you bring, embark on a journey of discovery. It's a journey of self-discovery. You will discover you. And in discovering you, you will discover your value. You will discover you as in you, your uniqueness, your DNA, what sets you apart, above, beyond, and makes you more than being distinguished, distinctive. Because there's something about you that only you represent. And the truth is, as you continue to grow in the strength and courage of your personal discovery, this is not self-love like your generation likes to say self-love, and you do the selfie and you put some cute smile or attitudinal swag look in there. No. I'm talking about a personal discovery that becomes more than you every time. Because when you grow yourself in the place and the power of your personal discovery, you will grow a community with you. There are other people you validate through your own personal validation. Because where it is not self-centered, it will become a pigeonhole from which you release other pigeons. Bringing the focus to you helps you, like Dr. Naomi said, not to bring you into personal condemnation or denigration, but finding you gives you courage to be more than the you that you are at any time. It doesn't just happen for the you as a youth. Even for all of us, like she said, you started with this intersection at the age of 37, and you're 45. I've been walking a journey of youth for 30 years in Abuja, Federal Capital Territory, and I'm still walking, I'm still progressing, I'm still growing. There is a place more than growing up. It's called showing up. And in that place of showing up, who do you show up as? What has your growth trajectory projected, profiled, and presented you as being, becoming, and becoming more? Remember, yes, it is all about you, but not you as a self-centered expression of your competencies or your connections or your collaborations. No, it's your community. How many people with you are you bringing along? Because you see, if you want to run fast, you run alone. You can speed it up and get there. But if you want to run far, run together. Find your tribe. Raise your community. It starts at one. It starts with two. Don't ever let it be just about you. Find a bigger sister and you get bigger. Find a younger sister and you get younger. You should ask me. I always celebrate the generation coming after me because of the way they've just continued to grow me and show me. And again, Hamilton, your wife, and the team here, I say thank you. Today, by the privilege of being chairperson of Tribe Africa Board, the primary host of the Africa Job Creation and Trade Conference, it really is my honor and privilege to welcome and appreciate every one of you to this important gathering. Important because you are our VIP, not just our speakers, but the ones who very soon and in the future of Africa will be. You can be a missionary on a mission, but I think it's more astute and impactful if you become a passionary with your passion. This is about shared passion, unlocking immense potential of Africa's job market and fostering a thriving trade ecosystem online, in-house, in our communities, globally, in our different professional entrepreneurial spaces that will drive economic growth across the continent. But it begins with us in our communities and shared spaces. Africa today stands at a pivotal moment in our history. Our youth, you, the population and demographic of the future and the now, abound with ingenuity, incredible natural resources, a growing consumer market. Our continent possesses a network of global friendships and partnerships, all that is necessary for a prosperous future, but an even more profound legacy in the Community of Nations. Yes, we are acutely aware of the challenges that lie ahead, but the reason for this conference and this meeting and intersection is to raise champions. You are our trophies. You are our champions. Unemployment rates today continue to be the numbers and the pressing issue of the government. Yes, the government has the mantra of renewed hope and renewing hope for youth, for all, for our nation, for patriots, Nigerians, and Nigerian youth, and Africa. Because you represent not just Africa's potential, but our exponential DNA. Look at you and say, I am DNA. You see what you are? No internationalization should be allowed to take from you. The authenticity of who we are. I'm coming from the United Nations. Recently, I was privileged to be there for the UNGA. Is my Africa DNA as an African woman where sell my markets? Did you get that? Yes, we are frontline, cutting edge, not just a marketplace. We are the origin of the marketplace. Our mothers set up market days after being in the farms and bringing the produce home and picking a particular day with baby on the back, another baby in the belly, the younger ones carrying, and they went to the market and met their sisters from other villages. Oh, how are you, a cowboy? And they all came together. It was market. In Africa, the marketplace has always been the place. Not just where the women meet, but where our economy, our intersections of celebrations of community make the critical connect. Today, you are here representing brightest minds, innovation, innovative entrepreneurship, policymakers, and industry leaders from all over Africa in this room and online to discuss, to converse, to devise, to develop, to create agile, new strategies. They're not just concrete, they're superstructures. And you must begin to understand the power and the economy of AI as a superstructure. Just like Dr. Naomi said, don't see AI as your replacement. See AI as your collaborative partner. I love how she put it. We know how to roll. I know how to roll with AI. And I also love the fact that she kept something back, because see, the power of any presentation is that they never see you coming. You must always have something that you are bringing that they didn't see you coming to the room with. And that's the power of your DNA. We believe here at Tribe Africa that job creation is a cornerstone of our social stability, our distinctive identity. Poverty alleviation should be replaced by the mindset of wealth creation. That which is commonwealth and that which is uncommon in our profit. By investing in you, we believe the people, the partnerships, the platforms shall empower you not just as youth today, but as leaders in the now, who are able to converse with a pedigree of engaging government and a pedigree also of packaging and delivering governmental mantra. It's not fight. Don't get into a battle and a war that is out of time. Just get in your track and define the way forward by your motions going forward. With you, we believe we will not only nurture a conducive business environment, but an active and agile business mindset to unleash your exponentials for the power of an exponential African workforce. Equally important is the promotion of trade within and beyond Africa's borders, after and beyond after. All of the engagements of the Timbuktu Treaty of the UN are the superstructures for our youth in Africa and from Nigeria. Here, we can begin this conversation. So this, more than anything else, is a conversation. We want you to converse. Have connection here. Be connected. It's not there. I know this person, therefore I'm going to get this. No. Have you seen Philomathis here? You know, these are conversations to enable your mind to think beyond the challenge of no job, being jobless. What is the government doing? The agitation, no. Put that aside. Right here in this room, it is resolved. But you must first have the mind to begin to mine the wealth of all of these speakers present today. So, the promotion of trade within and beyond Africa's borders has proven time and time again to be the powerful driver of economic development by enhancing regional integration, reducing trade barriers, and fostering partnerships and collaborations. Co-creating, I love to say, because the youth, that is your hub, that is your stimulus. We can stimulate entrepreneurship, attract investments and investors, and make you more attractive with the power of your economic and innovative traction, and create new market opportunities for our businesses. I love to say, and I'll say it again, package your market is not complete until you market your package. Get it? Thank you very much. Africa is not just a continent rich in resources. We are a continent rich in our talent, innovation, and creative nexus. By connecting our markets, leveraging our collective strengths. Leverage is a very important word. You can change levels when you change your leverage. Work your leverage. Position yourselves as Alpha Africa, a global trade hub, forging mutually beneficial economic relationships and legacies with the rest of the world and with the generation you are raising through what you are powering in you. During the course of this conference, we will engage you in vibrant discussions, exchanging of ideas, sharing best practices, shaping the future of job creation and trade in you for Africa and through you to the world. We will explore with you innovative approaches, harness the potential of emerging technology, identify sectors with high growth potential, and silence the lamentation of no job. Moreover, we are intentional about underscoring the importance of sustainable, scalable development, environmental stewardship. You must, as that individual, determined to take responsibility to the opportunity that presents itself to you. For environmental stewardship, social inclusivity in our pursuit of economic prosperity. I always challenge rooms I go into and people I'm seated in the room with one question. Who right now should be in this room that is not here? Get in touch with them and tell them to get here or to get online. Always look out for the one person who is not in the room. Where are the persons with disabilities? How did we miss out on them? I don't see anybody sitting here like a Lois on a wheelchair. Who is deaf, dumb, blind in this room? You see how we marginalized and relegated one whole community. We must always learn to embrace. This is not about gender. We're all, if I look at it, we're well balanced. But what equity is there really? This is not about gender. If we don't have persons with disabilities with us, they have their cry and they have their needs and necessities too. So I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all the participants. Of course, our esteemed speakers. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, madams, ladies. Thank you so much for coming and giving us this time. Thank you to our sponsors for your unwavering commitment to Africa's growth story, to Hamilton Lamech. and Tribe Africa. We are so grateful. Your presence here today signifies your dedication and commitment to building a brighter hope and future for our continent and for the legacy of another younger generation, not present here now, but through this would emerge. Let us therefore, carpe diem, seize this opportunity to collaborate, inspire each other, and chart a course that will be transformative for Africa's job market and trade landscape. I wish us all fruitful, happy, productive deliberations. I commend us all to a greater strategic connection, and in our dialogue, constructive engagements, may the power of our unity as a nation, as a community, may it truly become the story to be told with happily ever after. Whether it's tales by moonlight, or tales online, or tales when we just meet ourselves. Together, let's work towards a prosperous, inclusive, resilient Africa. And as I close with my favorite quote by Henry Thoreau, the French philosopher. If one advances confidently in the direction of his or her dreams and strives, puts everything in there to live the life she has imagined, you will meet with success unexpected in common hours. These are yet common hours in our country, in our continent. Don't be distracted by the outcry. No, become the expression of the best, ultimate version of you through the absolute expression of the biggest dream alive in you. Thank you. And thank you. Just a moment. You know, if you are going to clap, clap.
My name is Jeffrey Olayake. I'm a male specialist, and I'm also a volunteer with the Tribe Africa. I'm the monitoring and evaluation team lead. I want to use this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the Tribe Africa, how they've been supportive and intentional concerning my career growth and personal development. I remember when I first joined the Tribe Africa 2020 during the lockdown, and ever since, it has been an amazing journey for me. It has been an amazing career journey for me. I joined as a content creator, but I remember down the line 2021, I was called upon to function in the mail department, and I knew nothing about monitoring and evaluation at the time. But what stood out for me is how intentional the community were in saying that I excel in this domain, and ever since I've taken it upon myself that I want to excel in this domain. And today I can boldly say I'm a certified monitoring and evaluation specialist. Thanks to the Tribe Africa, thanks to Mr. Hamilton, thanks to Dr. Vincent, thanks to Dr. and Mrs. Deyume. You guys are the most valuable player for me when it comes to this domain. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, hi Tribe Africa community. My name is Bright Asukumanke. I am a sound engineer, also a project manager with Blossom Rivers Integrated Service Limited. I want to appreciate the entire team of Tribe Africa. I want to appreciate Mr. Hamilton for the great job he's doing. Get the youth engaged, also serve as a mentor to a lot of us. I've been privileged to be part of this community since last year, where I serve as a volunteer, not just a volunteer, but also I made myself available to be impacted via the mentorship class that we organized during the business class have been able to put some of the tools that they impacted on us in place. Thank God, God so kind, we've been able to overcome some of those challenges that we face over time. As you said, there was some results, even while we're trying to achieve a greater height. It has been an awesome experience for me in particular. God has really helped us, and I want to appreciate everyone. God bless you.
I want to use this opportunity to appreciate Pride Africa for my career advancement in 1 year. Thank you so much for the opportunity to belong to such great community. I want to congratulate particularly to Mr. Hamilton and his team for using this as an avenue to the other unemployed youth in Nigeria, Africa, and worldwide. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, media, for that. We'll be proceeding to the first panel session, but before... All right, thank you. Before we proceed to the first panel session, I have an announcement to make. There are 2 vehicles parked where they are not supposed to be parked. And that's, please, if you are the owner of these vehicles, please kindly go out and repark. That's Kia Abuja RSH 85 FM. I guess that's FM. But if it sounds like your car number, please kindly go out and repark. The next is 307 or your KNH F31 FL. So please, if these are your vehicles or if any of these numbers belongs to you, please kindly go out and repark. Have you been getting value? So you don't have to allow Madam Dayo tell you to clap before you clap. Very well. Don't beg me now. Why are you begging me? I just wanted to say all the protocol just come in, create a barrier now, and no one will be able to access the guests anymore. But since she has told me not to do that. All right, thank you so much. We also have one very special person who walked in. He's the special advisor to the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Nigeria. He is Mr. Hanmeshon Mark Teso. Come on, please celebrate and welcome him. Thank you so much. We celebrate you. All right, so we are diving right into it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and we'll end in a very high peak point because I know you've gotten value so far. We are going to our first panel session today, and this panel session is designed to speak on the topic fueling the engine of job creation in Africa, accelerating job creation and eliminating barriers. We understand that oftentimes there's a saying that people have skills but no job platforms. But the question is it really true? One of my mentors will say that the job you are looking for is also looking for you, but not this version of you. All you need to do is upgrade. Because there are people that have jobs, opportunity, getting them to come work for certain companies, and they are begging them to come and work because they have become so skilled, they have mastered their craft in a way that they have become almost priceless. So part of the things you need to learn as you are also putting your skills together and gaining knowledge is to position yourself in a way that you become so good at what you are doing that you become almost priceless, that no amount that will be paid to you will be too much to pay you. And someone else, and the same person also mentioned that the best way to stay relevant in your workspace is one, find a problem to solve and ensure that that problem you are solving is needed and useful. So it may be useful, the question is it needed to the community you are selling it to, or is it needed at that
brief introduction of who you are. Let us know you. Bring us in.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. It's good to be here. My name is Dr. Enoch Reyes. In a nutshell, what I do is help business executives to be able to build executive presence, image, and style that helps them to get opportunities in 90 days or less. I'm also a management consultant. I host business conferences across the world, except for Nigeria. I don't know, maybe this year we'll host one in Nigeria. The essence is to be able to get Africa to stand where Africa is to be, helping Africa to change the narrative. Because over the years, the Westerners have given us a name that we are not. They tell our story differently. And that's how we came to build up a platform called Rebrand Africa, where we tell the true African story. Don't tell our stories. Let us tell our story, and then you listen to us. So we've been doing this for over 15 years across Africa and across Europe, America, Asia, and we are still doing it.
Oh, thank you very much. Please can we put our hands together for him? We move very swiftly to Professor Glitch Jellylov.
Good morning, good afternoon all. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Philomath University, one of the fastly starting up universities. We have two campuses in Abuja here. One is close to airport before the Kuja, and one is in Maitama. So roughly what Vice Chancellors do is like once people are dealing with business, we are dealing with students. But of course, one of our key areas is to address the issue of unemployment. Because whomever we are training after 4 years, they shouldn't be looking for a job. They should be creating their own, or they should be demanded by the society. Well done.
Absolutely. I think that is just well said. We're quickly moving on to Dr. Femi Joshua for a brief introduction.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, my name is Femi Joshua. I'm a salesman.
I like it. Please, I think that's a simple pitch. I'm a salesman.
In the course of this session, I'm going to show you why the one important skill everyone must have is the ability to sell. You have to sell your product, concept, ideas, or service. I started my career in Abuja as a young graduate, volunteering, selling. In the course of this session, I'm going to show you guys. If you want to clap, please clap. I'm so honored to be here today. And sincerely, I'm going to say some things that may go against some people's theology. Because unfortunately, there's no job anywhere. There's no job anywhere. That's the truth. So I'm currently the CEO of African School of Sales and Management. I've worked with top giant companies in Nigeria at executive level. I've worked with MTN, Glo, VGC. But currently, I help individuals and businesses on strategies on how to sell. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hamilton, you're no stranger to the microphone. Please tell us more. Let us get up close and personal with Mr. Hamilton.
All right, my name is Hamilton Gabriel. I used to be an investment banker before we started Tribe Africa. And I'm very big when it comes to addressing youth unemployment. And that is why we are having this conference today. Yesterday was a good success. We had representatives across different countries in Africa. It was a virtual session. And thereafter, we had a meeting with one of the representative of the German embassy in Nigeria, and as well as a rep of the government of Austria. And we are developing intervention after this conference. So for every young person, I want you to know that Tribe Africa, we are concerned about you, and we are developing solutions that will benefit hundreds of young persons in Nigeria. Thank you.
That was Grand introduction. Thank you very much. That was quite a grand introduction from all our panelists. And we're going to go straight into the questions. In no particular order, I'd like to put my first question to Professor Glitch. And it has to do with education and job creation. Being the Vice Chancellor of Philomath University, you've dealt with a lot of things in education. And we have, if there's one thing Nigerians don't have a shortage of, it's educated graduates. So my first question to you would be, are there successful international models? Because there are times when there's no need to reinvent the wheel. If something has been tested and trusted in certain developed systems and it works, tested and trusted, are there international models in terms of education and job creation that you feel can be adopted and adapted in?
Going to show us an ability. I'm at the same time an employer, right? Showing you an ability that a person can go to work on the daily basis. Your CGPA, what CGPA means, basically, let me tell you what CGPA means for me. When I see a person, second class second class upper, right, with CGPA of 4.3, what does it mean for me as an employer? I understand that the person can come to work on time. Yeah, simply. The person is ready to learn, right? And since graduated with honors, it means that he or she doesn't have that anger problem, which is basically leading to clashes, right? So person can be able to work in the society. And a person is graduate of, for example, geography, you are just putting them to HR, or person of graduate of another field is just coming for marketing. And I want to commend our panelists. Marketing is very amazing skill. It's very amazing skill. You may have a lot of beautiful ideas, but to convince your boss that this idea is going to make him rich, is important. You might have a lot of beautiful products. For example, think about the best ice cream you have ever eaten. Those ice cream as well are starting with a small, what do you call it? Marketing, small gift house in the malls, right? Even the best product as an ice cream, you should be able to give it out for them to test. There is no way that a new product like, let's say, Deloitte or something like this, just coming and saying, okay, what we are, you don't know the person, you don't know the fabric, you don't know the test or anything, you are just going to start to patronize them. It's not possible. So in education, 4 years regular going to the desk and to the classroom and coming back is not enough anymore. So I'm, as a vice chancellor, I take IT courses from United States. For 1 year, I was having 6 hours a day online, 3 hours of teaching, 3 hours of hands-on practice every day, 6 hours while I was a vice chancellor. It's very hard to work and study at the same time. I'm a father at the same time. However, as an economist, a new, let's say, wave of data scientists became, and if I will step down and I will not beef up myself with data science skills, basically MySQL or Python, I will be behind. I will not be marketable anymore. As I'm speaking now, I have never been unemployed even a single day in my lifetime, right? So I don't have a fear to be unemployed anytime. I didn't have it, but you always need to sit down and beef up your skills, right? So the education that you get 10 years ago is not valid anymore. As an employer, I'm just saying you what second class upper with 4.30 CGPA means to me. I'm just looking at the person, yeah, this person can fit into the work, this person cannot fit in. I'm not even counting that what you learn in the university is going to be useful for us. However, there is a synthesis of knowledge, right? Always, especially for the new graduates, I like the way that millennials are thinking. When you are giving them a task, they are always having some new ways of solving the task. If you give them a task of go and register all those people who are coming to the conference, they always bring something new, right? Original, nice. And that was not maybe with us before. And I like it. So because that's the change in the generation. But if you say as a vice chancellor's point of view, does it enough to give in the classroom? It's not enough. Classroom is not just a teaching of a course. Classroom is at the same time is a social relationship. Classroom is also at the same time a network, right? Classmates are usually very close friends. Classmates can do a lot of projects together. Classmates, especially the group discussions that we are leading in the class, are making a lot of impact on the people who are normal as social, that they don't know how to talk, but you need to lead them how to talk. Because my experience is for the all 45 years of my existence in this world, you need to talk, right? Communication skills. Number two, you need to sell ideas, products, or whatever. And number three, when you are coming up to the level, you need to be able to manage people.
Fantastic.
That's very important. Because without skills of proper managing people, the institution will also fail, right? You shouldn't be allowing that. So communication skills, right? Selling or marketing skills and management skills. These are the three things. If you know them, study whatever you want, you can fit in. If you see a minister of graduate of this field, he's managing the whole ministry. I'm talking about 30 billion, 40 billion dollars in his ministry. It's a lot of change in his skill he need to address, he need to accept, and people are doing it. So for the young people, they're not lucky as us. In my time, if you graduate from the university, and I graduated with a very good from very good university, people are just waiting for us to graduate. I mean, companies will come. We was just counting, like he got 15 offers, he got 13 offers.
Oh, the times have changed. They've changed.
That's what I want to say. Nowadays, after COVID-19, even Harvard people, even MIT people are not like that. It's not as easy as is in those times. So basically, unemployment has three legs, right? Frictional, structural, and cyclical, yes. So Nigeria is actually passing through a lot of structural unemployment. Nigeria was an oil-producing country, right?
Yes.
First, it was an agri country. It changed to oil-producing country. All of those people who was working in agri became unemployed, right? Then you become an oil-producing energy country. By then, Nigeria was one of the few energy-producing countries. By the time, a lot of countries start to pop up. And Nigeria is not anymore the solemnly country who can decide the price of the oil. Yes. Before it was, Nigeria has a market power in oil price decision, right? Now, a lot of countries in the desert, they are producing oil, they are producing gas now. Smaller amount, but yes, they are producing, right? So now, from oil-producing country, Nigeria want to change into more production. I don't know how far we are going to deal with China in that, because China is also struggling, start to struggle the downfall since the 5-6 years after COVID-19, right? So many things are coming up, and unfortunately, it hits young people as you now. And when Hamilton was saying 30% unemployment out of 200 million people is a lot of people. So you need to have an extreme skills to be different than anyone.
All right.
To be different than anyone, so an employer will say, okay, not him, but her. There should be something like that. Just to round it up, as a VC of an institution, I 100% believe 4 years education in the classroom is not enough to produce employable people after COVID-19. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Professor Glitch opening the conversation. I like the fact that our earlier speaker, Dr. Naomi Osemudia, spoke a lot about the digital economies and technology. So right now I'm going to throw my next question around AI, because it's no secret to anyone here that AI is here to stay. And as she mentioned, if you even, and today I also mentioned that if you think AI is your enemy, you're on the wrong side of the playing field. AI is your friend and is here to make your work easier. So my next question right now would go to Ambassador Praise. Yes, it's going to be about AI. So I want to know, what role can technology and innovation play in driving economic growth in Africa? Tech and innovation, because we're looking at job creation, we're looking at trade. It's not just job creation, it's also trade. And we don't have just youths here looking for, we also have business, small and medium businesses represented here. So what role can AI, technology and innovation, play in growth of the Nigerian economy, to be specific?
Thank you very much. I will not focus on Nigeria.
Africa.
All right, I'm going to focus on Africa. It's, for me, Africa has always been the focus. even if Nigeria rises up to be where they have to be, we have other African countries. They'll still be talked down on. So we need to come collectively as a continent, not just as countries in a continent. For instance, you will say Europe. Once you mention Europe, you forget about every other country that is in Europe. The focus is Europe, EU, right? So when we mention Africa, they shouldn't be looking at Nigeria, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Zambia, Zimbabwe. No, they should look at the continent as a whole, forgetting the barriers in between. All right, so I'm going to focus on Africa. Tech is very essential. Right now, if we look at the trajectory over the years, Africa has actually put in more tech funding and grants more than any other European country or any other American state. Tech is the in thing. Innovation, I would say, let me put it this way. We hear things and do things over the years. For instance, I'll ask a question. Practice makes perfect. Who said practice makes perfect? Huh? Practice makes practitioners. All right, so we grew up with the idea practice makes perfect, from crèche to nursery, primary, secondary, university. Even your boss is telling you practice makes perfect, practice. No, that's the essence of innovation. Innovation helps you to understand that practice does not make perfect. Practice makes improvement. Practice will never make perfect. So stop growing up and walking around with the notion that practice makes perfect. It will never. That's where we have the power of innovation. Innovation helps you to keep growing and keep looking for ways that will change the ways that you do things. Trade in Africa is essential. That's why AFTA came in, to be able to expand trade in Africa. But there is still a problem with the AFTA rules. One of the problems is visas. You can't tell me you're opening up trade in Africa and then there's still visa restriction within Africa. Very wrong. For instance, Europe. If you have one Schengen visa, you can go to all the Schengen countries. But you can't have one African visa and go to all the African countries. So let's also look at that. AFTA should, I mean, if there's anyone from AFTA here, they should take that into consideration. As much as you're setting up the rules to have trade in Africa, let's also look at the visa restrictions that is stopping people. Innovation is you can stay in Nigeria and do trade in any African country or any country in Europe. Why? Because of the power of the internet. AI can help you to understand what are the needs of different countries in Africa. For example, I was in Ghana some months ago, and I discovered that the in thing in Accra right now is service apartments. People leave their homes, these are indigenous, they leave their homes to go stay in service apartments. That's a need. How did they come about that? Because they saw the way Dubai was going about service apartments. Dubai was the first country to start service apartments, and they raised the standard. So everyone is looking at that and saying, okay, what are the needs? AI can help you get the needs of nations. Okay, what is the need in this country? Just go into AI, type it. What's the need in Botswana? AI will give you a result. All you have to do is come down to the level of being able to ask questions. Get somebody in that country. What are the needs in your country? Look for solutions. AI would always give you a solution to any problem, any question you ask. All you need to do is know how to put in the prompt. Don't just go and ask, what is the problem in Sudan? The first thing you see is war. All right? So know how to put in the prompts. That's one thing you need to understand using AI. What are the prompts you need to use? There are different techniques. One thing I would say is know how to ask questions. Don't just jump. Questions that you ask will determine the answer you get. The answer you get will determine how far you go. So know how to ask questions, that would help you. But innovation in general would always be at the forefront, even in this age. I mean, the Gen Zs, they are high on innovation. They're thinking differently. Like Prof said, they're thinking differently. You tell them to do this, they're looking for 100 ways to do that stuff and get it done without wasting time. Unlike in the olden days, I mean, years back, when they tell you do this, the first thing you think of, okay, this is the only way to do it and there's no other way. No. All right, so right now we think of ways to do it, 100 ways to do it, and in 10 minutes it's done. That's the power of AI and the power of innovation. But when it comes to unemployment, I would say this, like Hamilton said, they said about 30%, he said 30% are unemployable, are not employed. But my question is, out of the 30%, how many are unemployable? Because it's one thing to be unemployed, it's a different thing to be employable. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So you are unemployed, good. Are you employable? That's another thing we also need to look at. Like I said outside, I'm doing the interview, I said it's one thing for the government to be talking about skills to be talking about education and jobs for the youth. Are the government also listening to the youths? So the government are talking and say, okay, this is what we want for the youth. Are you asking what the youth needs? So we talk about the wants and forget about the needs. All right, so if you need to know the needs, that's where AI also comes in. What are the needs of the youths in your country? I'm talking about Africa here. We have people from Ghana here, I believe. So what are the needs in your country? What are the needs in your sector? What are the needs in your organization? AI can give you this. And what kind of innovation can we bring in to change this? You don't have to work every day. I met someone yesterday, he has a hotel, and when I asked him how he runs his hostel, he said he had to build a hostel, to rent a hostel for his workers, because he doesn't want them spending their salaries going home and coming to work every day.
Wow.
And I said, okay, so how does that work? He said, all they have to do is stay and then go home once a week to help them save them. That's innovation.
Yes.
And that was great. And then he said, some of them don't have to, like the HR doesn't have to come to work. You can be at home. Everything you need to do is on the internet. You can do it via Zoom. Prior to COVID-19, nobody knew Zoom. But as COVID-19 came, everybody was on Zoom.
Yes.
So there are other ways we can check out ways to crop up unemployment. Like Dr. Naomi said, that spaces on the internet where you can get jobs. You don't have to really go out to look for a physical job. I mean, there's Fiverr, there is Upwork, there is people even chat up. There are jobs, remote jobs, where you have to chat up people online and you get paid for hours. All you need to do is just have a conversation with them. Check out these sites. They are working. You don't have to look for the normal, conventional blue collar jobs or white collar jobs. Go online, ask AI. AI will give you sites that you can actually work remotely.
Amazing. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Praise Eno. And one thing I'd like us to commend is your versatility in answering the question. I like the way you went from one to the other. First of all, you talked about instructing your AI tools, knowing how to put in the prompt, give the right instruction to get the right response. You also spoke about innovation on the part of the employer when you spoke about the person who built his hostel just for workers to save time, also to cut hours in transit and save cost. So the last thing you mentioned, which is very key for us to note, is the government listening, but not even just the government listening, but also the people speaking, because the people have to speak for the government to want to listen. If you're not saying anything, nobody's going to pay attention to you. There's a lot happening. So the question would be, are you saying the right thing? Are the voices of the youth being heard? At this point, we're going to invite more. All right, please go ahead.
There is a company in Nigeria, I'm not going to mention the name of the company. One of the key positions in the company is the listening officer. All he does is sit down and listen. And he gets paid about, as at last year, he was paid about $15,000 a month just to sit down and listen. All he does is listen. So listening is a paid job and it pays very well. So employers listen, employees listen.
Wouldn't we all like to be paid for listening at this conference? Anybody wants to be paid for listening at this conference? Please let me see your hands. By show of hands. If we were going to now debate on the cost, how much per, please, do you want to be paid in naira or dollar? It is an international conference indeed. At this point, we're going to be moving on. We'd like to invite our next, one of our panelists. We have two panelists. We have one panelist who is joining us virtually. And of course, she is an expert in terms of technology and AI. When it comes to everything digital, she's going to be talking to us. That is none other than the president of Kingsard, Oxford, UK. Let's put our hands together for Letitia Bertrand, who is joining us online. And of course, we're going to find out from media when Letitia is available. If we can hear from Letitia. Letitia, can you hear us? We'll get it. Letitia, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
All right, I have the thumbs up from Letitia. Letitia, are you here? Can you hear us? Hello, Letitia. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
All right, we can see Letitia.
Yes, I can.
Oh, we have the thumbs up from Letitia. She can hear us. So everyone, Letitia Bertrand, who is the president, Kingsard, Oxford, UK. And of course, she's our AI person. Please, let's put our hands together. I'm not leaving this place. Thank you very much.
I've lost your audio.
No? It doesn't sound like it. I think we need some chargers in here. Are we really enjoying this panel? Amazing. Me, I know my people in front are enjoying it. All right, so I'm going to invite you. I don't know if Letitia is ready for us. Is Letitia ready? We want Letitia to give us a brief introduction. Arise ourselves with Letitia. For those of us joining us today that missed yesterday's session, can we please get Letitia to give just about 5 minutes?
What I can do is actually share my screen. I can do a quick screen share, and then I can talk a little bit about AI just really quickly. One quick second. Okay, so my name is Letitia Bertrand. I'm president of Kingsard Global, as you already said. And my role here today is to talk about artificial intelligence as a way to move Nigeria from our current status to first world status. And the reason that I feel that we can do this is because artificial intelligence has the potential to even the playing field for everybody. But before I start this, I want to quickly share with you that artificial intelligence do no harm.
The artificial intelligence do no harm is a set of principles that guide the development and use of artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence do no harm is a set of principles that guide the development and use of artificial intelligence. The goal of this philosophy is to ensure that AI is used in a way that does not cause harm to humans or other living beings. This is no doubt a complex and challenging issue, but it is one that is essential to ensuring that AI is used for good. By following the principles of AI do no harm, we can help to create a future where AI is a force for positive change. Please use AI responsibly as you navigate these very powerful language models. Thank you and enjoy this AI awareness session with Letitia.
Hello, I'm Letitia, President of Kingsard Global, with a goal to teach 100 million Africans AI awareness. Many thanks to the organizers of this conference and for the invitation to speak on artificial intelligence. Let's dive into why we are here today. Job creation in Africa. Leveraging AI in job creation in Africa can have a significant impact on economic growth and development, such as AI education and training programs crucial for developing a skilled workforce. Governments, educational institutions, and private organizations can collaborate to provide training programs, workshops, and courses on AI, machine learning, and data science. This will enable our youth to acquire the necessary skills to work with AI systems and contribute to national development. Startups can focus on developing AI-based solutions to address local challenges and create new jobs. Governments and organizations can establish innovation hubs and accelerators that specifically target AI startups, fostering an entrepreneurial ecosystem. By encouraging research and development through partnerships between academia, industry, and government, AI innovation drives can lead to the creation of AI-based products and services and the generation of new jobs and stronger economies. Let's talk about agriculture, a crucial sector in Africa. Why is Africa importing food? We tackled this a bit in the last session. AI can help optimize farming practices, increase productivity, and improve supply chain management. AI applications such as precision farming, crop disease detection, and yield prediction can enhance agricultural processes and create jobs in areas such as data analysis, sensor deployment, and AI system maintenance. AI can be utilized in healthcare diagnosis, monitoring, and treatment. Implementing AI-based systems for medical imaging analysis, telemedicine, and health data management can lead to more efficient healthcare services. This can create job opportunities for healthcare professionals, AI specialists, data analysts, and software developers. Artificial intelligence can revolutionize financial services by enabling personalized banking, fraud detection, credit scoring, and risk assessment. Encouraging the development of AI-driven fintech solutions can create jobs in areas such as data analysis, software development, customer support, and financial advisory. AI can be employed to tackle infrastructure challenges in Africa, such as transportation optimization, energy management, and smart city development. Implementing AI-based systems for traffic management, energy grid optimization, and urban planning can generate job opportunities in engineering, data analysis, and system maintenance. Many African countries face a digital skills gap. By promoting initiatives that provide digital literacy training, and by providing access to technology for underserved communities, African youths can become equipped with digital skills and knowledge that prepare them to participate in the global digital economy. It is essential to prioritize ethical considerations in AI development and deployment, encouraging the adoption of responsible AI practices, including transparency, fairness, and accountability, can build trust in AI systems. This, in turn, can lead to the creation of jobs in areas such as AI ethics consulting, auditing, and policy development, while advising and supporting governments in creating supportive policies and regulatory frameworks that encourage AI adoption with safeguards provisions against potential risks and biases. These are some of the many ways artificial intelligence can even the playing field in Africa. My goal is to present the possibilities, and then each of us within Africa can visualize the many ways our innate positive and ethical ideations can transport this beautiful continent, diverse in its human and natural resources, to an idyllic, euphoric, collaborative, and well-oiled productive oasis. Thank you. Connect with me on LinkedIn under Letitia B. Next, I will be discussing some subsets of AI: machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, and chatbot.
Okay, so I'm going to stop the sharing. Hope everybody could hear and see the screen. I seem to have lost audio from you, but I hope you can hear you could hear everything that just played on the screen. Thumbs up if you could.
Yes, we can hear you, but we have to make our speech bands rather limited because we have more speakers. So if we can limit our speech band to 5 minutes or less to accommodate all the panelists, we'll be very grateful. Was that an interesting presentation? Please, I think that deserves a round of applause. So please, Letitia, let's hear you. Let's just try to keep it a bit limited because of our other panelists. Thank you so much.
Oh, absolutely. So I was going to talk about machine learning, because yesterday when I was on the platform, I talked a little bit about artificial intelligence and some of the subset of artificial intelligence. Somebody asked a question about branding and how their organization could get ready for artificial intelligence, and I talked about building block of AI. In other words, there are certain considerations to be made before you're fully ready to adopt AI within your organization. First, data. Your relationship with data needs to either have an overhaul if it's not there already. So what does this mean for you as an organization with data or without data? Without data, you can't even attempt to begin to work with artificial intelligence. It's got to be data that is a lot, that is up to date, that is organized, that is pure, because the data is what is going to formulate the algorithms used in machine learning or training your machines for making decisions. So there are subsets of AI. One is the machine learning, and then the next is deep learning. Later on, we'll be able to dive deeper into these areas because they're broad, and then also ethics and governance costs. There are a lot of technical costs that are associated with fully implementing AI. It's very expensive. Later on, absolutely, hopefully, I'll be privileged to join more panels talking about this in preparing our youth to adopt artificial intelligence, either in building their skills or in forming organizations that cater to artificial intelligence. As the panelists have said, it is wide open. There are many opportunities, and if you just go and you prompt chatbots, you can get solutions in every part of Africa. You can create solutions. There are many, many gaps that currently exist in this. And so it is necessary, it is important to understand that there are certain roles, there are certain jobs that are definitely going to be affected by artificial intelligence, or that might be scrapped completely, that are going to go away. So this is the time to pivot. This is the time to learn new skills so that you can advance. My role right now is to build an awareness of artificial intelligence and the impact that it's going to have on society, on communities, on economies, and the nation at large. And I'm going to stop here for now, in interest of time.
Thank you so much, Letitia, also for being so time conscious. You're amazing. Please let's jam our hands together for her. Now, earlier in our discussion, Professor Glitch mentioned that there are 3 skills you must have. Can we remember those 3 skills? Can we echo them? Communication, sales, and marketing. So my next question is going to go to our sales and marketing expert, none other than Dr. Femi Joshua, who is the CEO of African School of Sales and Management. Now, please let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much. So in terms of entrepreneurship, when it comes to sales, you said all day, every day, we're selling something. True. Sales happens whether we're conscious of it or not. And a lot of us actually sell without being. Very, very simple in terms of entrepreneurship, and support small and medium-sized enterprises as drivers of economic growth. I want you to come at it with your expertise. How can African countries foster entrepreneurship for small and medium enterprises and support these enterprises to drive economic growth and for job creation?
All right, thank you very much. Okay, before I actually go into that, I really want to come to our level. I'm a practical person, and like I said before, there's no job anywhere. It's important for us to know where we are in the clock of human journey. We are not in ordinary times at all. I came to Abuja as a young graduate, seeking for a job everywhere. Everywhere I turned to, they would tell me I need 3 years experience, 5 years experience. So I asked myself, where will I get the experience from? Will I manufacture experience? I made up my mind to start my first job in Abuja as a volunteer. It's important for me to say this so that I can, actually address that, that question. It's very important because there are people sitting here this morning. See, the truth is the goal of knowledge is transformation. Every knowledge you receive per time should take you from point A to point B. After this conference, what will you stop doing? And what will you begin to do? Every knowledge you receive per time, either in church, in mosque, anywhere, that cannot be broken down to two columns. What will I start? What will I begin? What will I stop? What will I begin to do? Then it's not your knowledge. So my first job in Abuja was a volunteering job, no salary, as a salesperson. They'll tell you go out there and sell, they will pay you commission. And from there I got a job of 15,000 naira, roaming around the street of Abuja, door to door, street to street, as a graduate, and 1,000 naira, still selling. From 4 selling. But remember, I started my career in Abuja, volunteer. From that 70K, I moved to a job of 120,000 naira. It's important for me to say this because it's important for us to know this today. Very, very important. That you need to start from somewhere B. If you can't take it from point A to point B. So, from that, I found myself in MTN. Volunteering for a company. I built that capacity. And I found myself with MTN, with official car driver and all of that. But remember, I started volunteering. I started from somewhere. I left MTN after 10 years and 11 months, managing 24 salespeople with a salary of about 490,000 naira. I negotiated my term to join Globacom. I started my career in Globacom with a salary selling. So it's important for us to know where I'm coming from. You see, we can talk about all the AI, we can talk about everything here. What will you do after you're going to take in job creation? So I was with I was with Globacom for about 4 years, earning close to 2 million naira every month. And when my time was up there, I fired my boss and walked away.
Fired his boss. Be prepared to fire your boss. If you live here and you can't fire your boss, there's problem.
I am not asking you to fire your boss. Capacity to a point that Globacom could never contain me. That was why I fired that organization, African School of Business Management, where we trained people. I've got series of jobs. LinkedIn. When I was in Globacom, I got series of jobs, people contacting me because I have built capacity. So coming back to you see, the truth is, if we cannot look at globalization on how to sell at every platform, because now whatever knowledge you have now is all about selling, exchange of value. It's important for us to hear we can earn in dollar. What value can you bring on the table to earn in dollar? What value do you have? It's all about value. What do you have on the table? What can you bring in now that will earn you? You see, I'm a person of faith, and a lot of times I keep asking myself, how will go to this point today? Because nobody got to where we are today by opening your hand and receive it. Receive what? It's not by receiving. How many of our fathers got to where they are today by receiving it? I remember when I entered Globacom and they gave me a brown rubber vehicle and I took it to church. I don't know what happened. I still have some of the rubbers on the car. And a young man came around me and said, and he touched my car. I said, I tapped in the name of Jesus. Thank God I saw him. I said, young man, carry your hand. This is not palm wine. What are you tapping here? What are you tapping? What are you tapping? Get out from here, go and walk. So ladies and gentlemen, it's important for me to share this. So the speakers have talked about exchange skills. What do you have on the table? How many people have that skills to be engaged today? Part of what I do is recruitment. Sometimes I will have 200 CVs and I will struggle to get 5 people to employ. See, I dare everyone in this room today, if you have sales skills, if you can sell real estate, by Monday morning I have jobs for you.
Please, I think that deserves a round of applause. Those are open jobs if you can sell. Of course, we have a commitment here. If you can sell in real estate, you're confident that you can go out there and bring in sales, then I think you deserve to, this conference deserves a round of applause. And of course, Mr. Femi deserves a round of applause.
If you can sell real estate, reach out to him. By Monday morning, I'm going to interview you. Within the week, you're going to start a job.
Sir, is there a number? Do we have a number of people?
I have 6 slots.
6 slots.
6 slots.
6 slots have been given right now by Dr. Femi Johnson for sales positions. 6 sales positions just opened by Dr. Femi Johnson at the Africa Job Creation and Trade Conference. Please, let's put our hands together for him. These things, people apply for these jobs. People apply for these jobs.
So for me, when I'm going back to that question, it's important for us. See, you need to be aware to donate blood. What capacity do you have? Even if you are going for a job interview, if you cannot sell yourself well, you're not a salesperson. If you go for a job interview and they turn you down, you're not a salesman. You didn't sell yourself well. That's why they turn you down. The number one skill everyone must have is the ability to sell yourself, sell your product, sell your concept, sell your idea. Coming back to your question, I have a friend of mine in this Abuja that sold an idea for $20,000 in this Abuja. He concepted that idea, developed a white paper, got guys outside this country, coming back to your answer, question, got guys outside this country, and that idea was negotiated for at $20,000.
Amazing.
That's good.
It's all about value. COVID has changed the way we love, the way we live, the way we interact, even the way we die.
All right, sir, but I'm going to come in at this point. Are you open? Do you have slots for mentorship opportunities? Because even I want to learn how to sell that way. Doesn't everyone, are you not interested? I want to learn. So are you open to mentorship opportunities? Do you have mentorship opportunities for us?
My mentorship is not cheap.
Oh, all right, I will discuss it. We will discuss it after.
But for the purpose of this program, I can work out something with him. You see, it was, when he asked me I'm going to come up here, he was asking me your role in job creation, what have you done, all of that. See, I talk to you guys, I'm a person of faith. Early this year, my pastor said they want to empower, they want to buy rugs, buy things in church. And I told myself, if you are developing, it's good to do all of those things. If you are not building the people that will buy higher rugs tomorrow, what are we talking about?
All right, let's put our hands together, please, for Dr. Femi, because I have one key question. We have about 5 minutes to go.
So let's just round up with my story.
Oh, please, sir.
So I told my pastor, I'm not going to pay for any rug or for anything. Give me 30 people. I'll put them in a room, and I will spend 8 hours with them on job search and marketing skills. And they came to my office in Zone 4. We had a full day. I gave them tea break, gave them lunch. After the training, I still give them jobs. Sometimes they are gainfully employed as we speak. So ladies and gentlemen, coming back to your question, it's all about exchange, globalization. Our world is changed forever. What do we have that you can exchange? What value can you put on the table? See, if you don't have value, nobody will engage you. It is not to japa out there. What do you have when you japa? There are my younger brother jackpot in February this year. We spent over 20 million naira to take, and I told him, if you don't develop capacity, it is not to get there. The guy got there and I start calling me after we have spent over 20 million naira to take this guy to UK. What capacity do you have? So in globalization, and coming back to your question, ladies and gentlemen, as a nation, we need to develop ourselves. As individual, let me round off with this story. I authored a book, The 48 Laws of Selling. It's as big as Bible like this. It's about 464 pages. I sent 4 copies to the presidency. The former vice president saw that book and told his PA, who is this young man? I want to meet with him. His Excellency, Vice President of Nigeria, invited me to Villa. I was in the meeting with him, and I told him, sir, I said, if you are empowering people and you are not teaching them how to sell, they will come back and collect more money. Where are the people that were empowered in your win? Where are all the empowerment? All kind of products that people don't have the ability to sell. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Dr. Femi Johnson. Because of our time, we're going to have to really shrink down our conversation, but we cannot go without hearing from Mr. Hamilton and, of course, Adebunke, who is here with us. But my question goes now to Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton, I feel that you're in a very prime position to tell us, and I don't think anyone can speak to this more than you right now. Please tell us, how can African countries strengthen governance, transparency, and accountability to foster conducive business environments? How can the African governments and countries strengthen their governance, policies, transparency, and accountability to create conducive business environments?
All right, thank you for that question. So I'm going to bring it a little bit down to our level, all right, to what we are facing in Nigeria. Thank you. So before I respond to that question, Mr. Femi just gave us an opportunity. So he's saying that for as many young persons that are interested in what he's offering, after this conference, he's giving opportunity to how many persons? No, it's more than 6. We are negotiating, right? Yeah, we are selling.
Yeah, for the job, 6. Then for the training, we can do 2-hour session for free.
All right, so as many persons as possible, we are going to have the training session with him for free.
You're going to clap.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to count. Sir, you are number 1. Madam, I didn't see you standing, Pinko. 1. I didn't see you stand. I didn't see you stand. You stood late. I know what I'm saying. 8. Did she stand? 9. You are standing at the, that's it, 10. You know your numbers. Mr. Femi Joshua, have you seen them? They stood. They put more value to appreciating you than every other person that sat down. That's your first class. Thank you.
All right.
With your numbers, you come and separate. Now, what am I telling you? Don't sit back. Applaud opportunities. Applaud, and it seems like nothing, right? Clap. Make her just sit. Next time they tell you to clap, everybody will jump.
All right. Okay. I would also like to use my office to say that because Mr. Danjuma has been so gracious to us, because of our partnership with the National Mosque, we are going to also give priority to young people at the National Mosque for this opportunity with Mr.
Make sure we also get across to the National Christian Center. No problem. Now, this is not about religion, but we all understand that everyone has a platform that he used to engage. Okay? So we are not creating a Muslim intervention and a Christian intervention, please. We are using the institutional base that they represent to reach out to everyone, because Nigeria does not have a religion. Nigeria is not a Christian or a Muslim country. Okay, I don't want to call it a secular state. If you're a Nigerian, what you are is Nigerian before you are your sex, before you are your tribe, before you are your religion, before you are your political party, before you are your age. Do I have Nigerians here? Celebrate yourselves. Thank you. That's all we want you to understand. But we will use whatever we can to get to you, to connect with you, and then to groom you, not in the error of, I would say the error of our errors past, but in the true corrected state of our heroes present and seated here. Thank you. All right.
All right, so I'm going to briefly, in 1 minute, answer that question. Transparency is very important in government. And small and medium-scale enterprises are the major drivers of unemployment in Nigeria or in any country. If you want to address unemployment, you cannot isolate small and medium-scale businesses. And they must survive in a way where there is in a conducive environment for them to do business. So for me, it is important to have a transparent system, a transparent policies that will enable these businesses to grow. And I know that the government is doing their efforts to look at ways of creating such an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, especially in the areas of access to credit. Access to credit is a major problem for small businesses because you need funding to grow your business. You need funding to expand your business, but it's actually difficult accessing those funding opportunities. So for us, we'd like to encourage government to make it easier for small businesses to access credit facility for their businesses so that you're not looking for collaterals that you cannot afford. Okay, so for us, we are collaborating with the ministry to look at how we could provide opportunities in terms of access to credit and access to non-credit facility for small businesses to grow, because for us, they are the major drivers in closing the gap of unemployment in Nigeria.
Me, Aderoke, please, I would love for you to highlight on some of the opportunities. Of course, she is speaking for Welcome to Africa International Nigeria. In just 2 minutes, can you just highlight some opportunities that can be leveraged upon across the African continent?
So, for me, I would say the biggest opportunity, we've said it here time and again, for me is social media. LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, that's like the global community. I can access anybody in the world to talk to them. For example, if you were talking about job creation and trade in the African continent, and you're looking, maybe you're an employer, you're looking to create an opportunity or make an avenue available for employees to speak with you and everything. If you're an employee, you should speak to the interest of people. Yes. In my human resource experience, say for example, you're hiring somebody that will manage external communication, and the person, maybe there's an interview, you're asking the person, have you seen our social media? Have you seen our website? Tell me, what is wrong with it? They're like, oh, it's fine. It actually looks good. It doesn't look good. That's why I'm asking you. You have to speak to the interest of employers. You have to speak to what will make you like very valuable to them and say, okay, this is the person that we want, and this is the person that we're going for. And in the areas of opportunities on social media, I would also say something about making the simple changes. So you can do a lot of big grammar, but for me, I like to be very relatable to people. For example, you have an interest in, say, finance. You're a woman, you have an interest in, say, finance. That is what you like to do. That is the career path you want to pursue. But your Instagram timeline is filled with Bella Naija weddings, whatnot. Curate your timeline. It's very simple, it's very little, but it will go a long way. You want to have a social media that's separate, that's an escape. You can have a burner account for that. Curate your timeline. Speak to the interest of people. Speak to the interest of people. Opportunities are so much, and I feel and I believe that there's an intrinsic value in everybody. In everybody. If you're hiring somebody for social media, there are some people here, they don't know that that is a skill. But you can put out an Instagram reel and you will see 1 million views, 2 million views, clicks and all of that. It is because somebody somewhere has sat down and said, you know, this is the trending sound. If you use this as a reel on Instagram, it's going to go viral. Let's look for it. And there's an executive somewhere that is asking, oh my God, how can we make our social media to be more nice, for people to engage with us more? But you don't know that you have that skill. You know all the trending sounds on Instagram. There are some people here that they know that.
Why are you looking in my direction?
But you don't know that it's a skill. So if you're focusing and saying, okay, I'm in communications, I'm in finance, you have to know the little things that can spark the interest of executives. There are jobs everywhere. I don't believe in that thing that say there are no jobs. Executives have headaches every day of hiring the right people, looking for the right people. So many opportunities. Even if they are not available now, they can create it only because this person has spoken to their interest. If you have an interest in something, in a career path, try. I know it's hard, yes. Try and find problems and how you can be of value and provide solutions to that problem. Global community. It's the global community.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our amazing panel.
We're going to take 2 questions. We're going to take 2 questions on the floor and 1 question on social media. Do we have questions on social media? We'll take 1 question on social media. I have 1 hand at the back, sir. Please make it brief. Do I have only 1 question in the hall? Please, sir. But because of our next panel, we need to make it very brief.
This down, everyone. It's very simple and it will help you. It's something that I grew up with, learning over the years, and it has really helped me. Contact creates impact. Impact creates value. Value generates income. Contact creates impact. Impact creates value. Value generates income. If you are not having contact, I know some people came in here and they've not talked to the person sitting next to you. The person sitting next to you is a contact. And that contact, all you have to do is create impact in that life, and that impact will generate value that will give you money. So I'm going to say that again. Contact creates impact, impact creates value, and value generates income. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr.
Okay, I'm going to make an observation before I ask my question, and I'm glad that people in the government are here, and maybe they can take from that also. Talking about joblessness, I think we have to really adopt the truth that one of the major causes of joblessness is that people that we are churning out of our universities are not employable. Many of them are that way. So it's not really about maybe there are no jobs, but some people are not, many of the people that come out of our universities are not well educated, they are not vast. So I also noticed that from talking with younger people, I realized that many of the things they are teaching, now that I'm in the market, many of the things, skills or knowledge they are teaching are not going to be useful for them. That's why you see somebody studying Greek doing something else entirely, because that knowledge wasn't useful for him. So I want to ask, what things are the government doing to update our educational system? Because from my observation, it seems like what they are teaching are a bit outdated or not even very useful. What are the things on ground to make sure that that our educational system is being updated? And secondly, I also observed that when you do this approach of education that is cut in stone, the world is changing so fast. You have 4 years program. What you're learning in that 4 years before you come out is already outdated, because that's how fast the world is. So what can also be done to make sure that people are, through our educational system, that people that are churning out are able to adapt to changes at a rapid rate, because this is what will keep them relevant all through their life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's 2 questions. We take 1 more question and the panelists will answer at once. All right, we have a question. I think this gentleman put up his hand first. The gentleman in green. Yeah. There's a lady, gender balance. I'm very pro-gender, gender balance. We have a lady towards the edge there. Mama, this lady with the pink jacket.
Okay, so what do we do? The lady, Mama, who do we take? The lady with the hijab, please. Let's pick the lady with the hijab. Thank you so much, sir, for your understanding.
Hello, my name is Halima, and thank you very much to all the speakers. I have learned a lot today, mashallah, and a lot of things that were said today, they are very good in theories. Yes, I know a lot of websites where you can work online and make a lot of money, like people per hour, or there was this website. But most of them, they don't work in Nigeria, because Nigeria is a place where you work, you thrive so hard, you sow seeds, but nothing grows. So how can we practicalize these theories? How can we work with it? Because I have been trying. I just graduated this year, mashallah. But even before I graduated, I have been trying. I have worked as a manager. I have experience in sales. But these online jobs, most of them, there was this one you said that you can just talk to people and make money. But most of them, they don't even reach Nigeria. Maybe South Africa, but they will say it's not available in your region. So how can we ensure that these theories can work in practicals? Because I have been trying, but it's not working.
All right, thank you so much for that question. Well,
To respond to what she said, as part of this conference, what we have done so far is to collate job opportunities. At the moment, we have close to 31 jobs that are available in this meeting. And after the whole panel discussion and all of that, we are going to make those job opportunities available. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, so to answer the first question, talking about the skills. All right, we run an organization called Classroom to Boardroom. Classroom to Boardroom is not for the blue collar jobs, all right? So what we know as a boardroom is being human resource, accountants, right? Name them, isn't it? That's what we call the boardroom jobs, isn't it? But hey, the makeup artist has a boardroom. The carpenter has a boardroom. The mechanic has a boardroom. The shoemaker has a boardroom. The fashion designer has a boardroom. Cut the chase of looking for a blue collar job. Create your own boardroom. What is it you can do? What are the skills you have? What I'm doing today, I didn't learn it in school. I didn't learn how to host international events in school. I didn't learn it anywhere. I developed the skills. So you will not be taught these things in school, all right? Forget about the educational system. What it does for you, it's good, but what it does for you is to get a certification and then you're out. It does not teach you skills. Learn skills. It is skills that get you jobs. When people come to me and tell me, okay, I need a job, the first question I ask, I don't ask your qualification, I ask you, what can you do? What is it you can do? It's not about the qualification. So the Classroom to Boardroom would help. What we do is help people to identify their boardroom. So when you're growing up, you know, even while you're in school, you know that, okay, I can make hair and get money while I'm in school. I can do graphic designs while I'm in school and make money. When I was in school, I was doing graphic designs. And I still do graphic designs today. I mean, just moved into branding for companies and organizations outside of Nigeria. All right, so learn skills while you're in school. These skills will earn you money while you're in school. You don't have to focus on what you're being taught in school alone. Learn skills. It's good to focus on that, but learn skills that would help you when you're out of school. At the end of the day, most companies will not ask you what your qualifications are. They will ask you, what can you do? What can you offer? What value are you bringing? What can you offer? All right, so learn that. Forget about the educational system. it might keep being like that for years. And I was talking to some, sorry, I'm taking much time. I was talking to some professors some weeks ago, and I asked one of the professors, what do you lecture in school? And he said, business management. And I asked him, with all due respect, how many business do you have? He doesn't have any. So what are you teaching the people? Theory. All right? So let's learn how to build skills while you're in school. Use those skills to earn money. By the time you're out and you're looking for a job and they ask you how many years experience you have, tell them you have 4 years experience. How did you get this experience? I've been doing this from my year 1 till my 4th year. 4 years experience. That will go a long way.
Okay, that's fantastic. Plenty people have headaches that they need assistance to help them sort out. But there's a place of encouragement. You can try to reach out to people while speaking to their interests. I get emails, and then the title of the email is, Aderonke, why don't we talk about your problem? There are emails like that. I will open it. I have problems and I need solutions. I will open it. In as much as you're speaking to the interest of people, the baddest or the worst thing that can happen is the person telling you no, right? Move on. Get more leads. Use Apollo. Get more people. Get more emails that you can speak to. Talk to more people. You can't talk to 1 million contacts and all of them will tell you no. That means you're not saying the right thing in the first place. Do you understand what I said? There's a place of encouragement. There's a place of consistency. It matters a lot. It's very tiny, but speaking to the people that you want to help over and over again, trying to address their challenges, preferring yourself, preferring solutions, and being that person of value. You can't get no 1 million times. I don't believe that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for our panel as we invite them to rise up for pictures. Please, can we have a picture? Please, let's come together for pictures. Ma'am, please, can you join us?
Thank you very much. Oh. Hey, doctor, hi. You can hear me, even as I'm coming up. What I want to say sincerely is, you are too fast. You grow up to get up. You don't jump up to get there. So it would be a great disservice to institutional education and to the presence of Dr. Glitchy as the Vice Chancellor of the university to say spending 4 years in the university doesn't skill you. And I'll tell you why. Your university to be built up. That your GPA and everything you're doing there is to train you to be trainable. You want to stay 4 years in school, I'm sorry, sir. Building a skill, you are distracted. A student studies to understand the building blocks that get you into one, your youth course service year where you serve your nation. And when you're done with serving your nation, you move into the next things. My dear, you don't graduate to become a manager. None of you have mentioned volunteering. What have you volunteered? Where have you served? You know what? I'm talking to them. Where have you actually served? Given of yourself, given to your nation, given to an institution service. How many of you have returned to your institutions to give back? What you learn in university is how, I love it, to get to the office early. I sent someone on suspension because she cost me a major client not getting there in time. I had to get there. The second time I had to get there, she gave me another excuse. I put her on suspension. Do you know what her response was? Resignation. Oh yes. Don't shake your head. It's the generational mindset. It is wrong. It has taken me 30 years and I'm still growing my skill set. What is your quantum? Influencer. and you have not influenced yourself with value sets. So, my dear, you don't become a manager, you keep at it. Go and find where to serve. You learn to earn. Too many of you are jumping, and it's a gap, and it remains a gap for life. It's a life gap. You learn. She says she started at 37. May I tell you all? If you don't learn it, you can't earn it. What you may seem to get quickly, you will also eventually lose quickly or eventually. Capacity is built. Sagacity, that one comes when you have requalified your capacities. So I just want to challenge all of us. We're talking about, where's my young lady? Where are you? You're talking about the digital and everything. The person she represents, Bamidele, is what I want to talk about. A young lady, Bamidele Owola, she's not here, who she's representing. It wasn't about all this, it was about sacrificial service. Setting up investment meetings abroad as diaspora. Coming into Nigeria, being told there's no point coming home. She came home. She made a point, and she's still making it. The branch she's building for Africa out of Nigeria from her diaspora place and startup is what is giving her distinction and representation in this room. Before you go online, make sure you've invested in your community. There's a lot more to say. There was something you were asking, Blessing. Yes, I really think we should work on classrooms. Let me tell you something, one last thing about your classroom. You better grow in your classroom, otherwise you lack class. When I meet people who don't have institutional grounding, they don't have rooting and they don't have pedigree. Classroom will give you class. And when you got class, you got your classification. So do not declassify. After that, build your skills and you skill it to kill it. You become a master only when you have learned on the field. So grow, learn in the classroom. Go and serve your nation with your youth corps year. Serve and don't begin to look for the salary of a CEO as a youth corper. Excuse me. You want to put on your hair? I had no hair. You want to wear a wig on? That's your entire salary for the year? Girls, no way. And guys, if you find a girl like that, beware. Take a walk. Run. Oh. Auntie Diane is my time with the people. But simply put, get real. Get authentic. There comes a time. My hair was natty. Today I can wear what I wear. But ladies, it takes time.
Love you all. Please, we're going to be taking pictures right now. Please, we want everybody to look their best in this picture. It's a global picture. We're global, we're international. I'm so much in this picture too. All right, so we're going to take this, and then immediately after this, we'd like to invite all our speakers to also join in this picture. Can you make your way up the stage to join in this picture? Thank you so much. Please let's applaud as they make their way up stage.
Media, is someone excited about all that has been happening? Remember, Auntie Dio has threatened us, so if you don't respond, right? So if you are excited about everything happening so far, please let's celebrate our guests, our speakers, for all the value. Let's celebrate Auntie Dio for bringing all the ginger. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Auntie Dio may disappear just for a little bit. I'm doing so many things, blending at the same time. So you see, I need your help. All of you, come up higher, but be ready to serve. Amen. So you see me disappear for a bit, but I will return. Please continue to stay connected. And for all of you online, thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. All right. So while the panel session was going on, we had speakers share amazing opportunity that you can take advantage of. If you are excited about the 6th job Mr. Femi is offering, can you please celebrate him and say, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Femi. Please call his name. Say, thank you, Mr. Femi. And for the 2 hours free training he's offering, please let's give him another shout of thank you. All right, that's not all. We also have another mentorship opportunity that was offered to us by Dr. Naomi. Can you say, thank you, Dr. Naomi? All right. There are other job opportunities here. I can see that there's a job offer as high as almost $90,000. And this is offered by SmartGate Technologies and Consulting. There are over close to more than 20 jobs here on this paper. And they have a stand outside. So this is not a theoretical conference. This is a practical conference. These are job opportunities here. And there's a stand outside that you can apply today, and get a job outside the one that Dr. Femi has offered. I want you to celebrate the organizers of this event for these wonderful opportunities they have provided. Ambassador Praise said something. He said, if you contact creates impact, impact creates value, and value generates income. This is the time to connect. So we are going to give you 10 minutes to connect with everyone you need to connect with. You need to make contact, right? Right? Or we should just go on? Okay, let's go on. I heard you saying we should go. Oh, you said we should continue. Oh, I thought you didn't want it. So it's very important that, if you came with your complimentary card, let me see your hands up. So you were coming for this conference, you did not produce complimentary card. All right. So it's very important that when you are coming for conferences like these, you produce your complimentary cards. It's easy for you to connect with people. So it's time for you to connect with people, make contacts that can build solid relationship and also grow into productive partnerships. So 10 minutes for networking and connecting and making contacts. And in that minute also, we have 5 opportunities that you can win. It's a scholarship opportunity, another scholarship opportunity for 5 persons. It's a mentorship program offered by the organizers. And that will be going out to the 5 persons who would take a snapshot of themselves here, post on their social media, tag us on our handles, and the highest post, the 5 highest posts will get that scholarship. So it's time to go viral. We understand that the social media space is our global space, right? So we will not just tell you what to do, we will also put in the work. And we are growing as a community, and we would work with you to make that happen. So take a picture while you are networking, post it online, tag the Tribe Africa page, and let your friends know that something is happening here. It's even possible that you can invite them to join the second panel session, because that will be the last panel session for today. We're intentional about what we are putting out to you, and it's value back to back. So after the networking session, we'll come back for the final panel session, and we'll be off for today. So if you're excited again about the networking session, I want you to stand up with a shout and go on and start connecting. See you in 10 minutes time. I hope you are taking pictures. Remember, the social media handle for the Tribe Africa is the Tribe Africa on Facebook, on Twitter, and on Instagram. Ensure you tag the Tribe Africa. Remember, there's a scholarship to be won, and the 5 highest engaged persons will get that opportunity. 10 minutes time, we are 8 minutes already. So you spent 2 minutes already. In 8 minutes time, we'll be back for the second panel session. Hello, it's break time is over. So you can start coming back to the hall so we begin and round off.
You have to get people to help with sending them back in. Please, where protocol? I don't know.
Please, protocol, can you help us? Let's tell others to come in, tell everyone to come in. It's time, so we'll wrap up. Yes, please.
Maybe we should announce again, ma.
Yes.
So that we don't have to.
Break time is over. Let's go in for our final session. Break time is over. Break time is over. It's time to go in. At first you didn't want to connect. Now it's over. It's time to go in.
Thank you. Simple. What can I say?
Let's try
What can I
outside.
say? I believe so. Yes, I am. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much. It's my boss. I'm fully his business.
Alright, so we'll see you at the end.
All right, no problem. We will see it.
Break time is over, please. Are we ready for the last lap of this event? Please.
All right. Are we ready? All right. I'm standing here because I want to introduce a very special person. Please, can we come in? All right, please come in and sit down. Thank you. Please come in and sit down. Please sit down. Okay, while we are coming in and trying to find our seat, it's my humble privilege to introduce someone very special. And I first of all want to begin by apologizing that he actually came quite early. He came quite early, even before we started this event. So I want to apologize for bringing him up a little bit late. We are deeply sorry. Now, he's representing my senior pastor, all right? He's representing my senior pastor. He would have been here to be a part of this event, but he traveled for an emergency He went for a burial, so he couldn't make it. So because of that, he asked someone to stand in his capacity, to stand in his stead. And I'm so sorry, Pastor Tolu, for keeping you this long. My sincere apologies. All right, so I would like to invite Pastor Tolu to give a brief statement regarding this event from my pastor. Thank you, Pastor Tolu.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Tolu Akindro, and I'm representing our senior pastor, Apostle Goodart Ekweme. He sent his speech and he sent his apology. Believe so much in you, and God bless you, sir, for the beautiful work. I personally enjoyed myself today coming here and looking forward to another conference and deliberation. So I read, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, I am truly honored to stand before you today as the apostolic lead of Revival House of Glory International Church to address the critical issue of job creation for the youth in Nigeria at the Africa Job Creation and Trade Conference 2023. It is an issue that transcends borders and has far-reaching implications not only for Nigeria, but for the entire African continent. Nigeria, with its beginning youth population, is at a pivotal moment in its history. The potential for this youthful energy can either propel our nation into a new era of prosperity, or, if not harnessed correctly, it could lead to social instability. We as leaders and visionaries bear the responsibility of ensuring the former becomes a reality. Let us begin by acknowledging the incredible potential that lies within the youth of Nigeria. Our nation boasts a pool of talented, innovative, entrepreneurial young minds. These young men and women are eager to contribute to the development of our country, to elevate themselves and their families out of poverty, and to be an integral part of Nigeria's growth story. To create jobs for our youth, we must first recognize the obstacles that stand in their way. These challenges include, but not limited to, inadequate access to education, vocational training, limited access to financial resources, a lack of infrastructural support for startups and SMEs, and the need to create an enabling business environment. Furthermore, addressing unemployment requires us to combat the barriers posed by corruption, bureaucracy, inefficiency within the public sector. So how can we as a nation and as collective force at this conference address these challenges and pave the way for job creation for the youth in Nigeria? 1, invest in education and skills development. We must invest in quality education and vocational training programs to equip our youth with the necessary skills for the job market. But formal and informal education are vital in preparing them for the ever evolving global economy. 2, support entrepreneurship. We must create an enabling environment for entrepreneurship, making it easier for people to start and sustain businesses. These involve simplifying business registration processes, providing access to affordable credit, fostering innovation hubs and incubators. 3, infrastructure development. Adequate infrastructure is essential for business growth. We must invest in reliable power supply, transportation networks, digital infrastructure to connect all parts of the nation. 4, anti-corruption measures. We must implement anti-corruption measures and promote transparency to eliminate the roadblocks that hinder economic growth. An environment of trust and accountability is crucial. 5, private sector collaboration. Public-private partnership can help facilitate job creation. Government and businesses must work together to identify and invest in sectors with high job potential. Global trade and investment. Encourage foreign and domestic investment by promoting a stable political environment and trade policies that foster growth. 7, mentorship and guidance. Establish mentorship programs that provide guidance to young entrepreneurs. Seasoned business leaders can offer valuable insights and support. In conclusion, Nigeria is at a crossroad and we will have the power to shape the destiny of our nation's youths by investing in education, supporting entrepreneurship, building infrastructure, eradicating corruption, fostering collaboration. We can create bright future for our youth, and in doing so, strengthen our nation and the entire African continent. As we conclude this conference today, let us keep in mind that the youth of Nigeria are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but also the driving force for our nation today. Let us work together across all sectors to provide them with opportunities and support that they need to realize their potential and in turn lead Nigeria and Africa to a brighter and more prosperous future. Thank you, and may this conference be a catalyst for change and progress in job creation for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tolu, for that wonderful speech. All right, so I want to introduce somebody, and it's very important that I do this personally. I remember when I went to the National Assembly, trying to invite lawmakers for this conference, and also after this conference, trying to engage lawmakers. And we're going from one office to another, but you get different response, yeah? Because some of them would think there's something they call corporate beggars at the National Assembly. So when they see you, they think you are one of the corporate beggars that are coming to solicit for financial assistance or one thing or the other. So we had all of those challenges. I was going with one of our team members. All right, thank you. So we had these challenges where when we go there, they just assume that you are coming there to come and ask for money, or you're coming there to come and ask for a favor, or one job opportunity or the other. So we had all of those challenges. But then, and I said, okay, let's check this particular office. When I walked into this office, I've forgotten the name, and we met somebody. Her reception was so wonderful. You know when you enter an office and somebody gives you a warm reception, it gives you the confidence to proceed
to unpack what you came there to do. So thank you so much for that warm reception. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Yeah, in the person of the secretary to the Honorable Bello Erufai. Thank you so much for that. A round of applause for her, please. And thereafter, she has been supportive, giving us communication on how to book appointment with the honorable member. So thank you so much. We are grateful. It's my humble privilege to have Honorable Bello, a member of the National Assembly, to be part of this conference. Please put your hands together. Thank you so much, sir. I know you are very busy, but out of your busy schedule, you decided to come today. We are grateful. Thank you so much. And the reason why it is so important to me as a person is because of the intervention we want to do in Kaduna State. We want to provide opportunity for young people in Kaduna, and we cannot do that in isolation. It is important we engage for this opportunity for honoring our invitation. I'd like to invite one of our sponsors. Now, they are very, all right, and today they are going to be talking to us about the opportunity they have in their organization that is very important in creating job opportunities that you and I can benefit from. I would like to welcome the representative of Shelter for a brief presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stanley, and I happen to be the operations manager of Shelter Abuja. We are glad to be here as a brand, right? We are glad to be here to identify with Tribe Africa. It's a beautiful thing, and to see youth come out here together, you know, to engage, right? And so I will talk about Shelter briefly. I don't know if the slide is ready. Just for a few minutes, right? So Shelter is an innovative PropTech startup company founded to solve the common problem that exists, right, between landlords and tenants. And what is that problem? That friction that exists between landlords and tenants is around rent, right? And we are here to profile that solution in solving the rental issues, right? And like you rightly said here, Shelter is a PropTech. So our solutions, right, is leveraging on technology to solving these problems that exist, which is around rent. Because we discovered that the world is changing, right? And if you do not leverage on technology, right, your solution will be what? Limited. Okay, so it's around technology. And so what we've been able to do is creating products to solving these problems. Now, I have listened to a whole lot, right, spoken today, okay? Now, you know, we talk about opportunities, right? And one thing Shelter came about to do is that we discovered a problem, okay? Now, remember we said, like, if you join the conversation, like previously, what value do you have to render? And before discovering value, you need to first find
It is, okay. We're going to be having 3 panelists. In the interest of time, it's great, I think, because I'm going to be going straight for jugular in this discussion. As I introduce them, I'd like you to please give a round of applause. I'm going to introduce first our first panelist. His name is Mohammed Bello El Rufai. He earned a BSc Political Science and International Relations with a minor in Religious Studies from Wheaton College, Massachusetts. And then in 2015, he obtained an MSc in Public Relations and Corporate Communications. That was from the Georgetown University. Mohammed has secured the House of Representatives seat for Kaduna North Federal Constituency and in the 10th Assembly, anyway you like, sir, and in the 10th Assembly, he serves as the chairman of the House Committee on Banking Regulations. Please welcome Mohammed El Rufai Bello. He is honorable member. The next person that I'd like to introduce is being represented. I think his representative is still here. Is he here? Ubong Jackson? He just stepped out. Okay, okay. Please help me to welcome. He's a man I've seen only a bit of in the news, but he's a very, very big personality. I'd like you to welcome with me. Forgive me if I'm going to pronounce your name. I've asked people, by the way, how do you pronounce this name? I didn't get an answer until now, so I'm about to audition. He is a special assistant on political matters to the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Please give a big rounding and warm applause to Teso Mark Hanmashon. Is that correct? Is that Hanmashon? Hanmation. Thank you so very much. Welcome, 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 welcome. This person said, keep your eyes open, keep your ears open, because from today henceforth you are going to experience greater things in this constituency. He said, by the grace of God, many of our youths who have been bastardized, reduced, abused, deprived of achieving their potential, God will use us to upgrade their standard and your status. We will try our best. This person is the elected representative for Abak Etim Ekbo Ika Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State. Expect to hear more from him. He's Honorable Clement Jimbo, and he's being represented today by Johnson Ubong Abang. A round of applause, please. Can we give a bigger round of applause? Thank you so very much. Hello? 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 It's not on. Hello? Oh. Please, a round of applause for our tech guru. All right, so you heard my introduction. People are dying just looking for jobs. I'm speaking here with some of our newest and freshest and actually youngest, most vibrant lawmakers. A big round of applause. Thank you for the work that you do. The first question I'd like to ask, I'm actually going to ask, first of all, Honorable El Rufai, do you think that there is hope from a lawmaking point of view? What hope can we give to African youth all across the globe who will be watching this, whether now or later on? Is there hope that from a lawmaker's perspective, they can look forward to a time where they do not need to leave Africa just to be able to eat?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very sorry to have arrived at this event quite late. I would like to thank the organizers of Tribe for granting me the honor to converse with some of you young people. The MC is quite wrong. I'm not that young. I'm just very small. I'm 35 years old. I mean, I passed for a youth, but I graduated from university in 2011. I graduated from grad school in 2014, and I've had multiple jobs. Before I get to the question, it's really an honor to speak to you, and I'll try and be as honest, as blunt, and as real as possible, because that's the only thing I know how to do. If the moderator does not mind, I will deflect the question to focus on Nigeria, not Africa, because that is where I know. My name is Mohammed Bello El Rufai, as he introduced. I represent the good people of Kaduna North. And the elephant in the room is, yes, I'm former Governor Nasir El Rufai's son, but I'm also my own man. There is always hope, Mr. Moderator. I know politicians lie all the time, but I don't think there's a point to life if there's no hope. And with credible organizations like Tribe, organizing events like these where you network and meet other people, conversations around hope begin. But hope is nothing, it's an idea. I'm a practical person. I don't like to keep promises. I don't like to say what I will not do. So even though there is hope for Africa, every data indicates that we are a young population. The talent is immense. You just have to take Ashake, Wizkid, Davido, Burna Boy, and see the success that Nigerians and Africans can have if they are not chained. Now, what chains us as young people? Sometimes our arrogance. People don't like to tell young people this, but I do. We are too entitled. We do not understand that these old guys don't think they will die, so they want to retire in our jobs. That we have to unite and stay focused and be strategic to achieve what we want. But to answer you directly, I believe I and my colleagues on stage and many of you here, including the organizers of this event, are the symbol of that hope. I am 35 years old. I am the chairman of the banking committee in the House, thanks to the Honorable Speaker of the House and probably my boss, the current governor of Kaduna State. I got a tier 1 committee that oversights the Central Bank of Nigeria, Nexim, NIRSAL, and other credible agencies. Now, I'm not going to take this privilege for granted. I've already started taking my duty seriously, and I think whoever follows my political career or whoever is from my constituency knows that I intend to serve differently. But I don't represent Kaduna North alone. I represent every single one of you because I'm a national lawmaker. There's the House of Assembly where state lawmakers are there from, and then there are national lawmakers like some of us. So we are actually answerable to every Nigerian. And to just break the ice and not bore you so the moderator can move on, it is really an honor to hear the representative of Shelter speak. And Mr. Moderator, what Shelter is doing is the only way we can provide jobs to our people. Incidentally, I'm very active on Twitter. Everybody knows I've made many enemies here. I always say the truth, you know. And somebody asked me yesterday, because I'm doing a scholarship program in my constituency, and a random Twitter user asked me that this is not my job. I should stop giving scholarships and books to underprivileged students. I should give them jobs. Giving you jobs is not my job. Giving you jobs is not even the government's job. If we want to get jobs, we have to start having a conversation, a serious conversation. Not jokes, not political ideas, not taglines, a conversation. And I think organizations like Tribe will tell you this. It is a conducive business environment, a fair environment, like the pastor that spoke earlier said. He basically said all my talking points. That was an excellent speech he gave. I think you said he was a pastor that came. Our job as lawmakers is to give you an environment so you thrive as entrepreneurs. Our job as lawmakers is that woman that's selling her meat pie outside needs a loan. She can get it without corruption, without any encumbrance. She can return the pay and have access to market and further capital. That is our job. Now, what I will answer, Mr. Moderator, and I'm keeping it to Nigerians, is I am the chairman of the banking committee. Whether I like it or not, the growth of MSMEs are important to me. Loans are important to me, to MSMEs. And I swear to God in front of everybody here, I'm an El-Rufai, I don't take my oath like a joke. You won't find me compromising when it's high time to provide loans to the people that need it. I honestly don't give a damn. I don't like my job that well. I didn't lobby to be a rep member. I'm okay. What matters to me is touching the lives of others. Because I am only speaking to you here, not because I'm the smartest. You know, I've been a C student with math, but in politics, I'm an A student, if I do say so myself. But I'm only a privileged child. Nigeria is a series of accidents. If I was not the son of Nasser El-Rufai, I probably wouldn't have the opportunities most of you deserve. I've gotten the opportunity. What I intend to do with it is give you opportunities because my own father was an orphan. We're trained to do what is right. My door is open to you. There is hope. I will not lie to you. And to make a point and ease your faces because I didn't tell you hope and start jumping. I don't know how to do that. Is I'm also going to add ₦1 million to the shelter fund. So whoever can apply, because I love the idea, and it's worth remembering that the most valuable taxi company in the world has no taxi. It's Uber. The most valuable real estate company in the world has no home. It's Airbnb. So I like what you said about the world being mobile. But remember, stay focused, strategize, and there is hope for Africa. I believe this government is market-driven, and we will do everything we can to support it. To answer some of the quick questions, then I'll shut up, I talk too much, is that under the last administration, former Vice President Oshimbajo did a lot of good work in terms of the ease of doing business. I worked as a senior legislative aide in the last Senate to Senator Obasani, myself and my current SLA now, Aziz Ojelade. We worked in the last Senate and we played a role in drafting the KAMA Act. That's the amendment to the Corporate Affairs Act, so you could register your companies easier, but there's a long way to go. What young people need now is access to finance so their ideas can become real. So if the money is there, and we claim we are not all thieves, let's bring the money out. Let's not just announce it, let's get their data, as companies like Shelter do, and make sure repayment processes are set in motion.
Thank you.
I'll give my cards and I'm open to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, the angle that you've taken, and I'd like to ride on that because it has taken us into a very important aspect, which is the question of environments. Honorable Bello was saying, really it's about the environment, and that's spot on. Legislation should help to create the space where other actors can actually do long continuing work. And I'd like to ask Han Mation, which I've now learned to pronounce, about this environment. And I know that Honorable Bello was saying we like to keep it about Nigeria, but this really is a Pan-African conference, and people will be watching this from around the continent, looking forward to learning, if nothing else, what can we understand from Nigeria's situation. I'm thinking about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and all the other pacts and agreements that have been entered into. In the past, in the last plenary, there was a little bit of a discussion about, whether that free trade agreement and the open borders we're talking about will result in jobs. And I'm wondering, in your own mind, do you think what do you think lawmakers can do to optimize, to maximize things like this agreement across the continent? How can we localize the laws so that they are able to deliver more for young people who want to cross borders, who want to take their skills or their products and move further? You know, what can we look forward to from lawmakers?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Hanmation. For he was trying so hard to pronounce
Hanmation.
Hanmation is my name. I am currently serving as the special assistant to Mr. Speaker on political matters. It's a good thing that you look at the age demography of those of us seated here currently right now, and you are wondering that how come you have, so let me say, how come you have few of us young ones right now who are in the political space, and we're here to talk about job creations in Africa and all of that. For me, it's a good thing. I tell you why. I come from a background where ordinarily you might be wondering what a young person like me is doing with a portfolio. Before now, you wonder what a young person like me is doing with a portfolio in politics. You might be asking that question. He hasn't seen any other career. Why is he not a doctor? Why is he not a lawyer? I actually did major in statistics and computer science, to put it straight, but now I found myself in politics. Now, is it the role of the government to provide jobs? Just like Honorable Bello Erufai here has said, it's not the role of the government to provide jobs. Unfortunately for us, we have to get to that point where we start telling ourselves the simple and honest truth. What is the role of the government? Provide an enabling environment, look at how we can get create the right economic policies, create, by giving tax incentives, what are the safety nets that have been put in place by government. These are the things which most of the times we, the young ones, should be looking at, getting the lawmakers to put in place. We should have access to credit. The opportunity we have now, unfortunately, in times past, you'll discover that we didn't have those kind of opportunities. Here today, seated with you is a young person who is the chairman of the House Committee looking at the financial sector. What better opportunity do we have right now than to support our own to be able to do what? Create or do the necessary laws to support the business environment in Nigeria and in Africa generally. Can we do that? Yes, we can do that. How can we do that? Look at the existing laws. Are these laws favorable to the business that we have? I was having a conversation earlier on with a friend, I think that was Jerry or someone who met me, and he was saying that, look, he's been trying to export yams, and then he's written so many proposals and all of that to try to get yams out of, is it Ukari or something? And I told him that, look, do you know that the first thing you needed to do was to actually know if at all the yams you want to export are of exportable quality? Because if you talk about accessing the right persons who are willing to invest in your business, you should be able to know that business and know it properly. We should be able to invest in ourselves the capacity to know what it is exactly that we want to do. So the trade-free agreements that we have been entered into, first of all, the first thing I always say that we should do as a people, once you understand the basics of the working environments, the laws that have been created, are the laws obsolete now? Yes, some of them have to come from the people who are supposed to do what? Consume, or private sector. The private sector can only leverage on the laws that are what? Up to date to be able to do that. So as far as some of us are concerned on the output which we are supposed to get in trying to create the jobs which we intend to get for our own persons, do we need to run out of what that we're looking for we can get here? I always say this thing to any of us, for me, I want to tell you something. I've always said that not everything is going to be earned. By going out there, putting in the work, see the results. And two, most importantly, you don't deserve it if you don't put in the work and the effort. So what happens, brothers and sisters? We need to start getting out there, putting in the work and the effort. And
Thanks, Hanmation. I would like to follow up this a little bit. There's something you mentioned about the environment and challenges, and I'm wondering if, Ubong, you can help us. What do you see I mean, from your constituency, if we use you as a microcosm to the rest of Africa, what do you see as the challenges to creating jobs? What are the things that are making it hard for us to be able to just create jobs? And by that, I don't mean government, but the environment in general. What's stopping us from doing that?
Well, thank you very much. My name is Ubong Johnson Akpan. I come from Akwa Ibom State, Abak Etimekbuika Federal Constituency precisely. I'm standing in for my boss, Honorable Clement Jimbo. Don't mind me using that elder. Why I'm using elder is that I'm conversant with it. My former boss is the current speaker of Akwa Ibom House of Assembly. So I do represent him that time. And when I want to speak about it, I mention his name, I will say, Right Honorable Elder. So sorry for that elder. This one is Honorable Clement Jimbo. That's what he called, he termed his campaign organization youth slots. So this is really a youth slot. But coming down to your question, sorry, I'm his legislative aide. I'm standing in for him. He traveled to Lagos State. They are on legislative oversight. Public Services Committee. They went to oversight this college. Is it Administrative Staff College of Nigeria in Lagos State, Public Services Committee. So that's why he said I should stand in for him. So please accept his apology for not being here. So on creating jobs internally, on my boss's end, he just facilitated training and empowerment of youths on HP laptops. For them now, for us to have, at least we will know that we have settled 35 youths, we have got them out from unemployment. What do? They sold the laptops. They sold those HP laptops that were maybe 300 and something each. That's one of the challenges we too, as government, we are having. You will put in so much to make the youth stand on their feet as men and women. But what would they do? They would disappoint us in turn. That is one of the challenges we, at least I should be speaking the mind of my boss. Someone can help me record this so I can send to him. The thing is very painful to him. Imagine, he said it when on our way to drop in at the airport. He said he was speaking on the phone with his colleague. He said, imagine the laptop I just gave my constituent, he sold it out at a rate of 100,000 to go and smoke. So sorry, we youth at times, we are the ones that hurt ourselves. And we will now in turn and put it on the government side. Imagine that. So many people have finished learning those tech skills. They are begging for people to give them laptops. They don't have. But look at someone that has the opportunity to learn. Instead of you to go, if you were not acquainted with the training of those days, you can get close to someone else. Please, can you show me? This is what would have been paying most of them in dollars. But in every opportunities, even in this conference that we have, sorry to say this, maybe 20 or 30% will be beneficiaries, while others, the 70, sorry to say it, will go back again and roaming the streets to maybe still forging ahead. But you have been given enough to use and better your life. So the challenges we're having in my place, we have youth that most times, I don't fancy the one of giving motorcycles to go and become Okada. But these ones of giving laptops now, like my sister here said, the world is now a global village, global community. You meet new friends, you sell your businesses and other things. So the challenges we have on our end, the citizens will help us when the government creates an enabling environment for business to strive and thrive. They should in turn support us to do more. But the laptops that was given to them, maybe I know some of them will come back and brief us. We have opened a business, have sold it out. 30 have how their shops are. So the challenges we have too. They will say government are not doing, government are doing their best. But someone was given 1 million naira to shop for shoes and clothes. Is it that empowerment and opportunities always meet the wrong ones?
This is very interesting.
Whereas there are whereas there are good ones, even if you give them 100,000, those good ones, they are not always lucky. those good ones are not always lucky to have people that support them for their the ideas to strive and thrive. It's only those maybe bad ones that, is it election empowerment that is settling them for? Then they will just waste the money on drinking, womanizing, and throwing it away.
If I may here, trust me, I have got scores of questions, but I've been warned from before this plenary that we haven't got as much time. So I'm going to sort of unilaterally, if you'll forgive me, try to bridge the space between our panelists and the audience straight away. One of the things that we're hearing straight away here now is that they're saying that they cannot legislate for your character. They can legislate around things to do with the environment, but they cannot legislate around the way people behave. Now, the other thing that we're hearing also is that somehow there are opportunities being created through the work of lawmakers in Nigeria. We admit that they are not as many as they could be, but how can the way that we make laws help to filter, help to sift? Because many people here are saying, oh, you gave it to the wrong people. So I'm going to ask for 2 questions. If a microphone can go, if there's a microphone that can go into the audience, I'm going to like to take 2 or 3 questions directly. 2 or 3 questions directly.
But that is what is happening.
Okay, fine. This lady here, yes. Please just introduce yourself really briefly. We haven't got much time.
Okay. I'm Okoko Patricia Amina, and I came in from Jos yesterday evening. And one of the things that I had to go through was the bad road, and I started almost regretting that journey. But then again, we've come to the understanding that government do not provide jobs. They provide an enabling environment for jobs and businesses to thrive. Now, I'm not talking about loans. One of the things we were taught probably in agriculture, ease of doing business, or even in civic education, in Nigeria is very difficult. We're talking about the roads, we're talking about electricity. We know how many times the light went off just sitting down in an international conference. We know we have water, we have security, particularly security. He's from Benue State and he knows what is happening in Benue State, especially with the farming, the farmlands and the rest. Now we are saying that we are trying our best. As young people, we have our phones. I know as I was coming, I work online, I do graphics, and I got calls on doing graphics, and I was very relaxed and happy about it. I had to start contemplating, is there light in Abuja? Where would I be able to just settle down and really work? We are trying. I'm sure some other younger people, probably the male folk, might not really be very opportune like me because they have to check their laptops to ensure they are not into Yahoo. We've had news of EFCC going to raid young people's houses because they feel like they are into Yahoo. I feel like we are trying so much as young people, but our efforts are being dwindled. In years ago, when I'm sorry to cut you. I really need you to get to the question. So if we are trying to say that the governments are not supposed to provide jobs, they are supposed to provide an enabling environment. But I am saying that this environment is not enabled. And what should we do? Because we are trying.
Good question.
Seriously trying.
I'd like to ask, actually, would you like to take that, Mohammed?
Let me thank you for that very wonderful enumeration. You see, the truth of the matter is when we talk about the challenges that we face in job creation, especially with regards to Africa, and particularly when we localize it down to our own subset here in Nigeria, I would agree with you completely. When you talk about an enabling environment, what is an enabling environment? Do we have the necessary infrastructure? When we talk about infrastructure, what are we talking about? We're talking about power. In fact, it has to be the one basic infrastructure that is needed to provide jobs for any teeming young youthful population like we do have in our country. We talk about what? Good roads. We talk about water. let's talk about just these three basics that we'll talk about. These are the issues that we face currently and most critically as a people right now. In the 10th Assembly, we have someone who, fortunately for us, I say sometimes certain things happen for the good and the generality of the people. If you look at the 10th Assembly, you have, for instance, in the House of Reps, where we come from, we have a speaker who is academically inclined and in tuned. You have, if you don't know, for a man, I'm not trying to market him to you here, you look at where he's coming from. You have someone who is coming from having made 73 bills and have more than 20 of those bills assented to by the president. It means that what? He must have been someone who was looking at carefully the welfare of the citizenry. We have now someone who is looking at what? Empowering, putting square holes in square pegs, getting the right people to do what? Try to form the right policies to be able to do what? See how we can mitigate some of these issues. These issues are not issues that we are willing or we are going to shy away from. We are going to tell ourselves the truth as a people. That look, where are we now? Where are we supposed to be going as a people from here? But we can only get to that point if you and I sit down here and tell ourselves the truth. The truth is this: the society will always seem skewed against you, the younger person. You talked about having young people who do what? Who, if you say a young man now with a laptop, you will probably think that he's into fraud. Not necessarily. Not all of them are into fraud. But are we still going to run away from the fact that most of them now are into fraud? We can't run away from that fact. Because like we said, some of them just want to grow instantly. You see someone of my, if I tell you where I am coming from, or if he tells you where he's coming from a position of having done what? Apprenticeship. He did not just become a member. He did what? He has grown through the system. He had to undertake a study of that system. He served someone within that system. And now he's in that system. He will understand that system better. If I tell any one of you here now that I have served a political party from the point of becoming administrative secretary of the party, rising to become the state organizing secretary, and even to the point of I ran for governor, you will not believe it. Why? Because how many of you actually have the guts to stand up to society? Not just stand up to society. Are you going to stand up to society with the right mindset and the right skill set? Because when we even talk about the jobs that we're talking about now, we have misplaced skill sets. What he just spoke about now is a clear case and indication of misplaced skill set. If I give my laptop if I go and do IT training to someone who is not willing to be a member of the IT group, I have already given out, in fact, I've ended up doing nothing. So my dearest brothers and sisters, the issues of lawmaking, surrounding issues of job creation, for we in Africa, I'm sure that we are gradually, evolving as the times go to see that we get ourselves actually and actively involved. Thank you very much.
Can I push that line of questioning a little further? She's saying that the environment is not, to use her term, is not enabling. That we've been talking about it. We've been talking about power, electricity in Africa for decades, forever. We've been talking about roads. I'd like to push it back to you, Honorable. You occupy a very sensitive and actually even pivotal role. And many young people here are also looking at you as one of them, one of us, and are thinking, what will happen? What will be different? You've been very straight shooting, and I really appreciate that. What's going to be different about lawmaking in this assembly? And what kind of commitments can you make regarding that? And I'm trying to address her question now. Why will it be different this time?
Thank you once again. And let me just try to make my points quickly. I feel like I'm bending my neck. Is it okay if I? Can I?
Yeah, it will be.
So none of you told me. You can hear me now. Like really? Seriously? Okay. So back to serious things. So the African Continental Trade Agreement, you kept mentioning it, and I don't think any of us addressed it. It has its good sides. But here's the catch. Let me take, is there anyone called Michael here? Is there a Michael? Lucky man. Maybe you say your account number after. So you take Michael, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Chidi, and he runs a boutique. When Nigeria, and we've signed AFTA now, when AFTA comes into effect, boutique doesn't add up, but I think my example makes sense. Michael will be competing with his fellow colleague in Accra. The difference is the fellow colleague in Accra doesn't spend most of his operational costs on power, diesel, and things. My sister, you're right, there's a disadvantage. When I was hard on young people, I was being hard on them because my honorable elder brother explained something. Even though I'm a former governor's son, he was minister of FCT before, I served as a legislative aide to a senator. Literally had to write bills myself. And I think that's why I feel confident and an advantage. I think the point he was trying to say is, we want instant money. We're caught up on TikTok. We're caught up on what will trend. And it's not always like that. It doesn't mean you guys. I genuinely don't believe that. And I believe us coming here, I've said my piece. My card is there for everyone if they want it. My brother here knows, my office is opened. I chaired the banking committee. Let me give you an example. In the last administration, there was an empowerment program with NIRSAL. A lot of you might have heard of it, where farmers were giving loans. We are a society that does not value data. Where I disagree with my airborne is I have similar politician. When I was campaigning, a stakeholder carried bag of rice. Don't even give me that. Every party shares a bag of rice, so don't even go there. But you had a stakeholder that kept a bag of rice. This is an elder in the community. And literally all my advisors, he knows the story, said, just leave him, it's his rice. I didn't leave him. I carried police, entered his house, collected the rice, shared it in front of everybody. So there's a point where look, on my way here, I'm telling you this, on my way here, somebody called me and said they won't vote for me next time because he's getting married again and he thinks that is my responsibility. It is not. Do you understand? So look, as leaders, it's up to you to decide. It's up to you to decide. Look, I don't know if I'm alive in 4 years, so I'm not going to push policies so you like me. I'm not going to do that. Now, to answer your question, the first thing we do, I have an active website, and with the speaker's permission and my airborne, we will lay out, I think in a week or two, our strategy for the banking committee. And part of it is when the Ashwaju administration comes with funds to empower young people. It will happen under Goodluck Jonathan with the Shopee. It happened under President Buhari with Empower and so forth. The problem with these policies is they don't actually get to the right people that need it. They don't accumulate the right data. We agree. In this, I'm APC. I'm proud of my party. But apparently the NIRSAL loans, about over 80% are talking about it. But I hope that as chairman banking, I will have some oversight reach. And I don't care when these loans come, look, I've given scholarships in KASU, in Kadpoli, and I didn't ask if the beneficiaries are Christians, PDP, APC. I literally don't give a damn. Pardon me. And I think that's the direction we have to start going to. What my Abon tried to say is you have a role as a citizen too. If you know your neighbor, you're there, my sister, you're taking a dangerous road from Jos, and you know that road is dangerous, yet you have one friend in your compound that every day he's just coming looking flashy with his laptop. But he's your guy. Huh? Once in a while, you guys chill, but you know what he's doing. Like my airborne said, he's probably drafting people's cards and making money. Honest to God. The Nigeria that we've all grown on. Will you report him? You'll turn another eye. That's the responsibility he's saying we have and you have. And that's where we should start heading. Maybe our parents' generation have not seen it, but there are young people like us, this is what we're discussing, that are too ashamed to say we've not seen it. So give us a chance. In 2 weeks, you'll find my strategy document. If any funds come from CBN Nexim, I'll put it on the site. Okay, just go and apply. But I bet you, a lot of people here will collect my card and they'll be the first to message me saying, how can if we really want Nigeria to work for all of us, not people like me, that is the direction we have to have. You can't say because you're in a certain condition, it is justifiable to not do what is right. Now, and I intend to leverage it seriously. Let me reiterate, we don't think you're all the same. The fact that you are here for hours to learn or to get something to improve your well-being shows you are not just a random youth. None of us mean that. Powerful person in the country. I doubt, I don't do it. I've known him for a while. I doubt if you hand a proposal, he won't take it there. You know what I'm saying? And please, I have more to say about the federal government. Whoever you find trying to get you to blame a northerner, a southerner, an Igbo man is your enemy. We have failed as a nation. Of course, the government takes the brunt because the government determines how the society formulates. But I think there's always a time to wake up, and we can do that. I believe in solving small problems. So if I leave this room and I carry 5 people and I empower them and they're millionaires in there, I sleep well. I don't have to change everybody's lives. I just want to do the little I can in my space. And by the grace of God, I will. Thank you very much.
Let me take this question, and I'd like to come to you because I've been signaled about time. One more question, sir.
This audience, Mr. Moderator, my name is Yusuf Yaro. I'm a student. I'm in my final year. Actually, my heart and my mind is beating that I'm going to graduate, and I'm not sure there's a job out there waiting for me. So, in Nigeria, there is no job opportunities out there, Mr. Honorable Members, and you said government is not in a position to provide job for us and the youth, but to provide the atmosphere in which the jobs thrive for us. But as a lawmaker, Honorable Member, I would like if in a position to provide maybe an entrepreneurship opportunity for all students out there that wants to graduate, so that there's something for us when we are graduating. We're going to have something that we hold on to as soon as we are graduating, since there is no job for us out there. Maybe a form of loan or something that when you graduate, it's just going to come into you and you say, okay, I'm not struggling for a job, there's something that I can start off. Thank you very much for the audience.
I want to yarn. Okay. So, do you know the greatest business innovation as a student? If I were to ask you, or if I were to give you a project topic, I want you to research on something. Do you know the biggest job creators in the contemporary Nigerian society? Can you tell me? Well, Realtors. Now, there's also a model I want us to look at. The greatest model for job creation that has existed for as far as I am concerned is the Igbo apprenticeship model for job creations. It's a model that I think we ought to seriously and critically look at. As a student, I think that you should be writing theses on seeing how we can get the right legislation to regulate that apprenticeship model. What are the modalities that are put in place to see that, you know, for most times I can say that we are not unlawfully extorted for the time frames, but look, that model has worked. How many people from the southeast, my brothers in the southeast, do you see coming out of school and asking you that they want the government to give them, they want to take up a government job in NNPC, in this place, in that place? How many of them do you see doing that? But you go to Alaba market, you come to Wuse market, you come to this, you see them. In 5 years, I know a guy who used to sell what? Sell materials to me to sew clothes. He started by going to people's shops to collect these materials and give to me. After a year, I came and one day he told me that, Oga, I don't get my own shop. After a year, he's been going there, selling, getting commissions, probably reinvesting, putting it back into that business. Somehow he learned that trade. He became perfect in that trade to the point that where he now makes the clothes I wear. He did not wait for the government to. Not to say that the government doesn't have its role to play. As a student, that is why we are going to school. We should start looking at creative ways of sorting ourselves out in society, in a society that you might feel that, look, is against you. But these creative ways are what we are all about. At the National Assembly, we are willing to take inputs to see how we can best improve on what we have. creative ways of doing what? Getting ourselves gainfully employed. Thank you. So don't be afraid.
Sorry, can I quickly answer? You know, you came to say hello to me earlier on. Are you from Kaduna? Have you? Okay. Because I took exactly the apprenticeship thing, and I think we've empowered 2,000 shoemakers, and that's what I did. Of course, I took their data because I don't play with data, because I want to find out what they are in a year. But we, after they graduated, we gave them 100,000, and the only agreement, and it's actually modeled around the Igbo apprenticeship. I think you make a good point. We should regulate it. But I told, they were all shocked. We're doing all of this, training them, and my only deal was just go to your community. I don't want to know. Just pick one guy and do the same thing. Now, I'm sorry, it's like we offended you by saying it's not the government's role to give jobs. Let me clarify that. Right now, SLE, do we or do we not have over 1,000 CVs in our office? My mother is not happy with me because my cousin has not gotten a job. How many people can Ministry of Foreign Affairs, CBN, NCC hire? Maybe infinity. But when they hire those people, they have to pay them. They have to pay for their health care. Do you know where the money goes? That's why we won't have the hospitals. We won't have the roads. It's public policy. If the government wants to continue paying salaries, it will not have the money to build our bridges, our roads, our funding. That is why it should get out of it. It should give people a good environment, tax them less, ensure their permits are clean, they don't have to bribe, and get out of it. That is what I mean by there's a limit to how many times government can hire. They just don't tell us because Nigeria has been a military regime for a while. So we are all wired to want a government job. You know, but I want to commend my secretary now and to say that he said they reached out to and was kind. I've never met her. She's from Benue. Yeah. We saw a CV. She's first class. And look at, you know, so the great pride is I come here and they're saying she did a fantastic. That's why my office is like a market, because she allows everybody to come. She says hello. So there is talent, we know that. And by the grace of God, please just endure and help us, talk to us, and we'll do what we can. I promise you that. Thank you.
I'd like to give the last word to Ubong as we're closing today. Ubong, please.
Okay, what I can chip in there is, now hear this. You that was saying, what is your hope as you're about leaving the university? What is your hope? Whether government has kept a job for you as soon as you graduate, you can do it. Please, I will say this. All of us are having this mindset. Please just drop the mindset. Learn a trade. Learn a trade. No, to be frank, in America and other Western part of the world, they have skills. Learn something that will provide. Even those that are on their jobs now, they have side skills. Something that, because the salaries alone cannot bear their burden. You will see someone that is working, going to open a business. What does that show you? You will see someone that is working, going to learn. My sister is working in a university, she's a staff, but right now she's having a 1 month leave. She's using this 1 month to learn how to sew, so she can be sewing her clothes and that of the kid. The money she'll be paying for sewing will not come into her pocket. You see that? Then why are we the youth in school having this mentality? Once I leave, there is no way we can have a job for all in the government, and every year millions are graduating, and the job opportunities in government, even in international companies, are very slim. In fact, let me say this. Someone said, if your boss, that he was the one doctor that fired himself. I was the one that fired myself. He's now the Speaker of Abuja, but I fired myself by resigning, saying, no, let me leave the states, go to federal, and learn other things, and associate, so that in turn I would take something bigger on, because if I was there, I would just have a limit something. Now, don't wait for white-collar jobs. Go for the blue ones, blue-collar jobs. Have the blue-collar jobs is the one paying mechanics. No. If you go to America, all these guys that are jackballing, ask them what are they doing there. Most of them that they don't have skills, they are roaming street. But those ones that know how to drive trucks, know how to repair cars, they are the ones doing well there. It's handwork that is doing well outside. It's the only in Nigeria that you see somebody very lazy and is roaming offices. Please, I need a job. Please, get up. If you have a skill already, reskill. There's what we call reskilling. Learn again if you did not pick up. There's what we call cross-skilling. If you have one skill, try to have three. For instance, for an example, a mechanic that only repair cars will not go far, but the one that is mechanic and driver will go far, because somebody may want to repair his or her car, but maybe he's late for a flight or something. We'll call and say, okay, please come and carry my car and go and repair. But if you are only repairing and the person doesn't have a driver, he will wait till you come in. Have money now that will have solved your problem. Go and learn other things. You can be a mechanic, driver, and do other. Even I've seen somebody that's versatile in so many fields. And this last one, the upskilling. The upskilling one, you upgrade your skills so that you can be able to have a big capacity to display when the opportunity comes.
Thank you very much. 30 seconds, Hamachon.
Yeah, my 30 seconds will be dedicated to telling you a story, and please, I want you to take this story very seriously. A young man approached an old man. The man was acclaimed to be one of the wisest men that ever lived within that vicinity. So he had caught a butterfly in his hand. This butterfly was alive though when he caught it. He closed his hand and went to the old man and said, "Old man, sir, they say you are the wisest man in this village. I have something in my hand." He asked him, that is, what I'm having in my hand, is it alive or is it dead? And the old man, knowing fully well that, well, if he said it was dead, the young man will probably open his hand and the butterfly will come out alive. And he will say, he had lied. And if he said, it was alive, he would now probably squeeze it harder and choke the life out of it. So it will now die. So that he will say what? He will say, this man was not the wisest man indeed. He had thought out his plan. And in all of this, when he asked the old man, you know what the old man's response was? He said, "Young man, whatever it is that you have in your hand, the life and death of it is in your hands. The life and death of all of us young persons in Nigeria today is in our hands. Please take it very seriously."
Honorable, do you want to take 30 seconds? What are your closing thoughts?
I've never heard that. So I also learned something today from a wise man. I just believe we should, it's worse now. It can only get better. But prepare for whatever might come up without you expecting. And that could be any of us. You know, I almost didn't come here. I'm very glad I did. You know, I honestly don't care what state you are from. We are willing to learn from you. I was whispering down to Chidi, if we had more time, you know, we'd love to hear, because I know we sit here and tell you our experience, but you know, when you're in boarding school with 3 of your girls and you can't, you know, that Chicken Republic hostel is not working, there's no light, you know, I will never stand here and say I can relate to that. You know, but if you'd have more time with somebody and they could tell you their issue, then maybe we could find a way to solve, you know. Because when he was speaking, I wanted to ask your permission or this organization and be like, all right, my brother, fine. I've done a lot of training programs. I lobby for the money. You know, I go to people I know that have money and ask them, look, you know, I'll not steal this money. You know, I'll do a transparent thing, give young people, and I will show you, and God will reward you, and you feel good about it. You have enough. You know, I'm good at that. I was about to tell him, the 3 of us on this table, me, I will give you money, or I do empowerment and show me the result. It's not easy. You know, it's not easy. So sometimes it's even better to deal with individuals directly. You know, my last statement is, it's really an honor to have some of you here, and please, again, please, you have the contacts of the esteemed organizers of this event. Even if you won't reach out directly, please contact them when you think there's anything I can add at least, even him, we are all public servants. In my case, your tax naira kind of pay my salary for now. So that's why I'm less active online. I have to behave better because before it was my money, but now you pay me. So, but really, young people, they're bad and good. I hope to believe we are part of the ones that would actually want to help. If it's possible, we are there for you. So please feel free through the organizers. Thank you very much.
Well, with that, we've come to the end of this discussion. There's obviously a lot that more that could have been said. And from me, it feels very different to be sitting here with lawmakers and talking about things in ways that feel different. And I think one of the first things is that the way these people think is, I mean, he said, hold me to my word, and my response is transparency. So look out for that website, go there, engage with it, because if you don't, then you will be the one dropping the ball. Go to that website, find that information, and then hold them to account, because they're saying we want to be held to account. On that note, I'd like to thank everybody. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for coming. Have a great, great one. I've been asked to invite us to take pictures. Thank you so very much, Alcott.
All right, I'm asked to call up the team leads to come join the pictures. Team leads and volunteers, please come join the pictures. Thank you.
This place will not contain. Let's quickly snap and go.
The other side.
Think. Shut out the back. Ah.
I love this. I think I'll go down.
I beg. Participant.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers of this event, I want to say congratulations for coming this far and for all the value you've gotten. And remember to take a picture and post on social media. And remember to take steps. The hashtags is the Tribe Africa on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And just to announce that we have some vendors outside. We have Shehu Farida. She sells perfumes and traditional incense. We have Ayivi Folakemi. She sells baby foods and kiddies. We have Oje Nuwa Abiola. She sells perfumes and home fragrance. We have Oye Bile Titi Lokpe. She sells kiddies wares. We have Intiwu Princess Chinwe. She sells adult wears, footwears, and bags. We have Obiora Tina Ihioma. She sells Ankara ready to wear for females. We have Davis Jennifer. She sells coconut oil. We have Yakubu Nka. She sells natural skincare products. And we have Obi Ife Sinachi, and he sells food and beauty products. Please, you can go out and patronize these vendors. The hashtags once again is Job Creation Conference, hashtag the Tribe Africa, hashtag ERC Abuja 2023. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a privilege hosting this event. My name is Blessing Eje, and I'm signing out. See you next year. Clap for yourself.
No, definitely no.